when we used to speak, you spoke like all the others did. That his opinions were true. You know?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, Yuri.
Look.
My God, let me get a good look at you. You don't look, you look fine.
Yeah, they didn't touch me. I was just speaking with Freddy about it, actually. No injuries. Let me go.
Say, once again, you were correct.
Yeah, maybe you should start listening to me more often.
Take it. Why so forward?
What?
How you doing?
Good, good.
Are you? Am I witnessing Freddy bow to Cole? Is this what's happening?
It's a kind of in the middle, west meets east. Bow, maybe.
I lowered my head to him.
What? No.
I give him a lot of shit, but he knows that I respect him.
You start all over again, Yuri. Oh. On it.
Channel switch. User disconnected from your channel.
Can you hear me? Me. Just now, I think I got some sand in my nose or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it looked like you were sleeping on the sand there.
Well, yeah. It's actually quite nice.
Is it?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Okay, let's see. Forgive me if I feel a bit more rushed about it, but this will quite literally be my third time telling people.
Can you imagine? Have you talked to Kai?
Yes, he was actually watching me the whole time. Yeah.
I thought he might.
Yes, he was waiting for me. I'm very grateful for him, for all of you. Thank you for letting me do this.
Good choice. It's a very brave choice. It's too. All of these signs I thought looked like. Shut up now. I want to listen to what happened.
You're fine, you're fine. Okay, well, basically I got to the crossing and I just immediately went to see if they were there at all. I waited for about maybe 30-40 minutes until they showed up. I was sitting on the rooftop, not right above the gun store, but right next to it, between the Jade Dragon and the gun store, basically. So they all arrive, right? They get off the wagon. They look up and see me. It was Wei, Fiona, Yu-Chen, Heilong, and McMuffin. I was hoping that there would not be that many of them, but it was. And they all look up at me, turn back to each other, chat, whisper about me for like maybe a minute, and then go into the gun store. It's so strange. No, they didn't. Yuten and Feilong were on the roof the whole time. I guess maybe they thought it would be a similar situation to yours, but for some reason, it was really strange.
Oh,
Look, there he is.
the venerable and benevolent
Yeah.
Ambassador Commander Herb. If you have such high title, you must be patient when we call out your full and
That's
respectful
true.
title.
Sometimes I have trouble remembering too, so it's no problem. Depends on who's messing it up and their intent. Okay, good. I'm glad to see you. I think she's up at the compound right now, but Delilah, I'll bring her down here at some point. I'll tell her to come down and talk to you because she's looking to have a chit chat.
Sure, yeah, we can go to her, or she can come here. I guess her bar
Bars,
might be a
in
little bit.
shambles. Yep. All right. Well, I'll leave you two too, man.
Okay,
All right. I'll see you in a little bit.
ready.
Who?
Delilah, we have a story for you. After you finish, yours is much more important.
Okay. I feel like I've heard that name before, but anyways, where was I? They come in. They were speaking to me as if everything was normal, even though they were like chatting about me beforehand. And Wei just asked me like, "Where have you been?" And I just told him the truth. I said I was in Guama with Cole, taking care of him, helping him recover, and the whole room I could just feel the whole, feeling of the room change.
One of great happiness. I assume.
Happiness? No,
To make a joke.
no. Wei got very serious. He was very offended that I went. He could not understand why I had lied to him about knowing a plan when they asked me beforehand. Because they asked me about on last Wednesday, if there was any plan to help you after the whole meeting, and I said no, that I didn't know anything. And I told him that I lied to him about that I did know, and I just withheld the information, and he was offended about that. He told me that how dare I. It feels like I'm taking everything from him when he's giving me everything. He called me selfish at one point. He did most of the talking, right? I was mostly defending myself, but not to the point where he would get offended too much, Just kind of answering his questions. Not so much talking out of turn. I didn't want things to escalate, so I did my best to just answer his questions because he had a lot of questions. Most of them I didn't get to answer. He was mostly worried about me being a liability because I told him that I couldn't be a part of any of that anymore. I couldn't walk through the gates anymore. I couldn't do it. I couldn't. Because of what I had done to him. Because very clearly he was offended, right?
Yeah. Oh, what did he say to this when you say you...
He said, "How dare I make that decision for him?"
Oh, yes, of course. That is. I can picture him saying exactly this.
Yeah,
That was a
you can
smart
imagine.
move on your part. Very smart.
How was it smart? I felt like I made it worse in that moment. Because right after that, Cole, he took out his gun and placed it on the table and just stared at me. Yeah. So I felt like I had fucked up in that moment, quite frankly. I didn't think he would take it that way, but it makes sense, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he just like stared at me. He said, "What do I do? What are you expecting to do after this? Because now you're a liability. Because now you know how we work, what we do, you know how everything works, and you think we're just going to let you walk away." But I came back and told him, "Well, I haven't even I haven't walked through the gates yet." And he told me that was my only saving grace.
But at least he stuck to tradition at this one.
Yeah, but he told me that if it if I wasn't if this was not the circumstance, it would have probably been the same as you. So he got up. He still had his gun out. It looked like he was ready to shoot, but then he just leaned into me, stripped me of my title, told me to never speak of any of it again, or speak the name again, and to let me go. And that if I ever dared to look back, that he would not be so merciful this time. Yeah.
The road that I could have hoped for. Very well brave. You could have just went on the run. Who could blame you? No one would have blamed you.
I didn't want to do that. I was trying to explain to Freddie here. I know that how much you all feel about Wei at this point and how he feels about you, but I still have respect for him. I respect his opinions, even if they're not right. And I think there's still a sense of respect and trust between us enough for him to let me go like that. So I don't know.
Did they mention anything at all about Freddy?
They were. They didn't really. I mean, yeah, they did, but I can't remember. No, they just not really threat. Just more like called all of us liabilities. Not so much Kai. I heard his name mentioned, but I'm trying to think right now, Ko, but I can't remember. I think it was more so that he knew that Kai had the doctors and that he was upset that I didn't tell him about this and that we could have gotten you to a doctor. But I was like, I didn't want to interject and say, well, that's why Redwater was there to take you to the doctors. But you know, whatever, right?
You were not aware.
No, I didn't know about that. I knew Kai was with doctors somewhere probably, but I didn't know about Redwater at the time. It was just.
Estimated. Of course, I thought about using Redwater long ago before this began, but Tuesday it didn't seem that we would need them. And then, of course, all the plans went right out the window. Oh, that is such a relief. I've been very worried.
Yeah, I came back as soon as I could.
Like Freddy is growing up. Look, he has a beard.
Yeah, he looks good.
He looks very nice. You are good, Freddy, I'm sure.
I'm sick and tired of cutting my hair and my beard. This island makes you very lazy.
Sick all the fresh air and the clean water, the salt water and everything. It helps you heal faster. Hair maybe even grow faster too.
Maybe. Seen how long my hair is at the moment?
Ah, I noticed.
I knew it was getting longer day by day. Same with my beard, but Jesus.
Was I am partial? I took long hair. Did you tell Yuri about yesterday?
No.
It was actually quite interesting.
I think it was the day before yesterday we actually did the trials. Oh no, maybe you're right.
Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday.
Trials?
Yeah. 2 days ago we began the trials, or maybe 3. No, 2. I don't. A couple days ago. And yeah, Freddy and I have begun the trials. We have done 2 so far.
What trials?
You know this walk of enlightenment that I told you about?
Ah, yes.
There's, what is it? A total of 19 or 20?
I would assume 20 trials. Trial of the donkey and trial of the scorpion.
Scorpion?
The donkey trial. Entail.
Going around on a donkey? I don't know.
No. Tying up the shaman and that lady. What's her name?
I want to say something beginning with J. It's not Jade.
Jade.
Jane. That's
Jane.
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 Yeah.
Yeah, so we tied them up, put them over our shoulders, and ran from basically the beach all the way up to the hospital.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to carry them the entire way, and we weren't allowed to walk. Had to run as fast as we could.
Wow.
Scorpion. I thought too, maybe there were scorpions here in the sand. Could catch them or something, but no. What the machete fight?
Oh?
Learning how to block. Attack. Block the attack. I found it quite useful, actually. Yeah, it's perhaps we can show you sometime. They were
We were using them on trees, right, Co?
Yes, we were using them on the trees. Yes, that's right. How could I? Silly me.
Yeah, because trees can wield machetes, right?
Yeah.
No, we were cutting the trees with machetes.
Yes, that is right.
They were blocking you.
Mm-hmm.
You're right.
Buddy.
Terrible liars.
Want to show her?
Don't hate me, but I may have had to get rid of it.
Yeah. So, anyway, yesterday we walked up to the cathedral looking for the shaman. I heard that he was around. On the way there, I saw a sign on the gun shop. It said the King of Guarma is here.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what someone had written into a wooden post or something. King of Guarma is here.
King of Guarma.
Yeah. So we walk up to the cathedral. Didn't think much of it. looking for the shaman. We did not find the shaman, but we found the ambassador commander, Herbie, and this lady named Delilah. Not more than 1 month ago, I was prepared to kill her.
Yep. She's the
Wait,
ambassador
wait.
of bounties contracts.
Is she the one that put that bounty on Copperhead?
Yep, she's the one that arranged it, at least, yeah, we think. She runs a bar here on the island.
The bar was burned down yesterday.
Which
True,
one? The one
true.
on top of the waterfall. I forget what it's called. Omens, yeah.
We were unaware of this at this time, but Miss Delilah, she was inside the tent at the back of the cathedral, tending to someone or talking to someone. It looked very hurt, very burned up. This a man, none other than Edgar Sanchez.
You mean Lopez?
That one, yes, okay. Edgar
That
Lopez.
Edgar.
Yes.
That Edgar, the one that we talked with.
Yep. And then the same.
He was burnt by the... Wait, what?
Don't know all detail yet, but apparently he set fire to the bar. And then
Why?
something happened that put the fear of the gods into him. He would not say exactly what, but he asked me after Delilah met motion dust over. He wanted to speak. He said he was here to find us. He did something bad. Perhaps the gods wreaked their anger upon him in some way that will injured him. Now he's beginning to believe in something. I don't know what. Apparently, Delilah and this Herbie, they gave him the castle up there. It is his home.
Wait, this castle?
Yeah.
The fuck? What, they just gave him the castle?
I don't know why they would do this. But maybe they persuaded him to work for them. I don't know.
Interesting. Like as a bounty hunter or something?
There's money to be made. Money to be made, I'm sure he would jump at it.
Yeah, especially if he wants to live in a castle. I remember him asking about the Moretti's house. He was like, who lives in that giant white house in Saint Denis? Remember, he was like, I'd love to live there one day. Perhaps he thinks this is his castle, his white house that he can live
Hey, can you tell her what... I couldn't understand everything he was saying in between, though. About his... He met with her John Way a few days ago.
Did he?
Yeah, he said he was out west. I think he said he bumped into Mr. Way and some of the other Taipan was there. He mentioned by name Copperhead and McMuffin. I assume a few others as well. Initially, he started speaking as if he was witnessing a ceremony, but it turns out I think he was referring to how his meeting was like a ceremony. He said he spoke to Mr. Way as the others circled him and all had their backs to Mr. Way until they were introduced, and only then they turned round. I think that's what he said. Anyway, it sounded like it was a bit of a brief conversation, but from what we've been trying to understand, Edgar has been working with Candy Cane. He also keeps asking us about Moon and our opinion of him. He asked us a few days back, do you remember, Ko, by the bar, by Josie's bar, and then again yesterday. My assumptions is that he was probably hired by Candy Cane. He keeps on talking about how deep his pockets are. So I assume Candy Cane has been paying Edgar to help keep Mr. Moon off of his back, I would guess, when it comes to the taxation that they've been trying to put on the mining operations and things that Candy Cane has done. But he spoke of this incident where he went to go and meet Mr. Moon out in Armadillo, and when he turned up, they were all there. Barely escaped, I think. It seems that he has slowly worked out that he believes Mr. Way was the person who revealed this secret about Edgar's working relationship with Candy Cane. He also mentioned something to do with Mr. Way selling Ko's name. Trying to darken and tarnish Ko's name in order to regain some reputation and favor from the West. I assume he was talking about Mr. Way perhaps meeting with Moon. My guess is that with everything that's happened with Ko, Mr. Way's seen this opportunity to perhaps use Ko as a scapegoat, as they call it in London. Blame the icy tension between Taipan and the West on Ko and Ko's personality. Perhaps he's trying to turn a new leaf and pose himself for something different now that Ko's not around.
But Ko was never the one to lead the mining trips, was he?
Yeah, correct.
That's all they care about.
My guess, Ko, I didn't tell you this yesterday, but my guess would be, I have no idea how much Mr. Way said, or even if he has said anything, but if he wanted to, he could speak to the right people's ears, bang on about your visions and your personal vendettas with Jack Kettleman, and he could probably paint you in quite a bad picture and blame a lot of the cause of the East versus West on you.
Sure, he will do this.
No, but then he will try to go out west and do his mining trip, and they will still get angry about it.
Not if he can sweet talk them with his silver tongue.
I don't know, the west is pretty stubborn.
This Edgar found me something like a prophet. He said everything that I sold him a few weeks ago has come true, and that I was the first casualty. Is upcoming. This is what I told him about my last vision and the shaman here. His interpretation of it, which I believe is much more accurate than mine. It's strange meeting like this talk, and it's Herbie, and then this Delilah. She stopped me when we were leaving and said that she wants to talk about doing business gems. She wants to make a new currency here in Corvo.
We bumped into Herbie again today. He's also looking for you. I would assume to talk about that.
Stopped by just as we left a few minutes ago. Said that you'll try to bring Delilah down here. lady is what is Delilah. I don't think it would do any good to badmouth type handler. Say bad
No.
things about John Wayne either. She can choose whoever she wants to do business with.
The only thing I would say, Co, is you're looking to start a business arrangement between you and Guama? And if so, how do you propose having the inventory of gems without Way Industries building that?
I kept half of the gems that I gave away for free to John Wayne. We could be in very good position right now. I do have 2 sacks, not full, but well, 1 sack full, perhaps, of gems in a little bit.
You know, I've just had an idea.
What?
You know, Candy Cane's always been of more favor to you than he has Mr. Way, right, Co?
If so, yes.
And you know that Candy Cane is also a fiend when it comes to collecting massive amounts of gems. Not too long ago, I even saw a poster at Gaptooth Mine advertising the fact that Candy Cane was now selling and buying gems.
Really?
You could strike up a business arrangement with Candy Cane, make his eyes glitter in the sunlight as you talk about buying lots and lots of gems from him, and then sell them at a higher price here in Guama.
But had I thought to not actually directly buy them from him, but for him to hand over a certain amount at a certain price. We bring the gems over, sell them here, pocket the profit, and then give him his base cost.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He would go for this. I kind of think he will.
The reason why I said about us buying and then coming here to sell them at a higher price is he is a little bit of a snake. If he finds out that our supply chain is here, he may want to come here and just sell them directly himself. Whereas if we don't mention Guama, we can hold the cards.
He goes away happy, pockets full.
Yep.
Take on the risk of bringing them here.
And if we're buying in bulk from Candy Cane, we could probably negotiate a decent price per gem.
We would need to have some sort of established place where we could do business in the crossing first before doing this.
See, I've been thinking about that. And a part of me thinks that's more dangerous than being nomads. I think having a place to sleep, to call home in Saint Denis, yes, but when it comes to business, we will be far harder to track if we are mobile.
I've tried to think about this while I was recuperating. And my mind is always blank. Every single time I think of it, I think of the gun shop. I can't get it out of my mind.
It's because you're thinking about business locations in Saint Denis, right?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure that's needed. I do understand the value of having one, don't get me wrong, but do we really want to go back to standing behind the same four walls over and over again every day? So why not? I can show you the apartments that I found, the ones that I think are quite hidden. We could sleep there, set up our personal belongings there, but stay mobile. Arrange business meetings wherever we please, in whatever town, whatever time.
You have to tell me. Where is he?
It's It's really hard to describe the apartments.
Is it across
But
the
it's-
street from the medical clinic?
No. So, you know where the sheriff's office is? If you were kind of walking from the sheriff's office in the direction of the stables, there is a couple of entrances to a really hidden alleyway that nobody walks down because there'd be no need for them to do it. When you get into that walkway, you're amongst a lot of tall factory buildings, but there is a beautiful stone arch with stairs that lead up to a large wooden balcony. Once you get up to the balcony, there's lots of tables and chairs to sit and have a coffee. And then off from the balcony, there is two huge, and I mean huge, apartments, side by side, neighbors.
I'm sure I've seen it. I can't picture it, but
Yeah, it's one of those places where it's so... I just think that nobody would ever go there. I think it's fantastic, but I'll show you when we get back.
what do you think here? What are you wanting to do? I mean, we are just beginning to discuss these things now. The entire world is at our feet. We could choose to be bank robbers. We could choose to do bounty hunting. We could choose to do the gem business. Anything is open. Smuggling. It's a matter of whittling it down to where do our skills lie and what are we most interested in doing.
Fucking, I don't know. I've been trying to think about it too. As much as I hate working with books, I kind of enjoyed it. I like writing things. I like keeping track of things for other people. Kind of like a mother, I guess.
You know what I've just thought about?
But
There's a term in London, I don't know if you two will have heard of it before, but there's people that they're called fixers.
no, I don't know.
It's a term for skilled individuals that basically get, I wouldn't say any job, but almost any job done. They can do anything. Their skills lie in making contacts, negotiating, being able to be on people's good side. But people can come to them for any job, essentially, almost any job. I kind of am...
Assassination even.
Maybe not necessarily that. Depends on what type of fixer you are, I guess. But what I mean is, like what we just spoke about. Somebody from Guama wants to have a load of gems to create a currency. He goes to a fixer who knows how to get that supply chain in order. Somebody that's maybe part of a gang wants to buy every week a box full of Lancasters because they keep losing them every time they're caught. They come to a fixer, and the fixer is able to regularly arrange a shipment of rifles to them. That kind of thing, you know?
I just remembered something. It goes along with what you're saying. What is the one thing I've said a few times? I believe I've told you both. What is it that we're missing at Saints Crossing? Be stationed in Saturday too.
Last time you asked me that, I said jewelry, but that's a long shot.
Yes, it's part of it. When you say these fixers solving problems, whatever. What? There never has been a harbor master in the crossing, except me. Someone who can not only fix the problems or arrange transactions here, but locally made goods. What about the goods that need to be imported? Cheese for the Italians. sake, rice wine. I mean, I don't know. Those are the first things I think of. Food and drink. But there must be other things too. Silk. Up from here, which is perhaps even the sugar syrup, these kinds of things. Anything that someone wants must come through the pond. And whatever we desire to that we can get locally runs through us through the harbor.
Problem with the harbour is
expensive.
it's a big old place and with not really a proper base of operations. It's not like there's offices or anything like that there.
Not really. There is a lot of boats, a lot of places to sit, a lot of dark places, even warehousing, perhaps. That's really ambitious, but
Isn't that what Big Joe wanted to do?
not really. No, he talked about the warehousing especially.
No, I didn't mean warehousing. I meant like the working at the docks and smuggling things in and out of Guama.
Yeah, Gorma. He's focused on Gorma. So we can work with him to get certain products, or not. Whatever we choose, we're free. Let's say someone is getting married. They want to have a wedding ring made in, I don't know, where do they make wedding rings? London. Paris. Let's charge them a very nice fee for the service of bringing them a ring, diamond, or whatever they want on.
Oh, you're speaking of import-export from anywhere.
Yes, from anywhere. Anywhere. So they get a crate. Let's say they want tea. So we arrange for this. We have the contact. I have any contact in China. Europe, no, I don't have these contacts. So they want, let's say they want oolong tea. They come to us.
Oolong tea?
We arrange it.
I have not had oolong tea in so long. Cold.
That's,
Holy shit.
what was his name? That fat guy.
That's a lot of people. Oh, okay.
No, my point is, how do I say this? There are so many different things that people here take for granted, and they don't even know where it comes from or how they get it. But we could actually make these things become a reality. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I understand. You know, my entire life I worked on the docks in London, right?
Yeah, he
They
did.
were.
That's basically where I operated out of, with a bunch of other, let's just say it how it is, criminals, basically. We didn't so much look after import-export, but we used to do a lot of business with people that did. A lot of the people that I worked with were, as I say, criminal-minded. My job was a bookkeeper, so I was in charge of making sure the right money was in the right hands. London is very, very different to the crossing. The law there, or the police as we call them, almost any of them can be bought. You put enough money in enough of the right people's hands, suddenly when a pub is set ablaze and robbed, damaged and vandalized, the police are just nowhere to be seen. Not around.
Here I have tried to bribe some deputies before. And they refuse each time. I
Yeah,
even
they're
tried
very
to bribe
different.
Marty Malone once.
What? You crazy?
Yeah,
I,
people told me I was crazy after, but of course I had to try. That is the way it is in China too.
You know, this idea of mine about being fixers. What if it was everything? What if, yes, we could fix people's problems when it comes to importing goods, services? But what if we could do everything? What if we could help people find their lost loved ones that have been captured by bandits? What if we could send a message by beating some bandit scum up to tell them to stop robbing the general store in fucking, I don't know, Rhodes? What if we could be the people that are helping the common people directly?
The sound of it.
You know, we're very good at finding people's guns after they've been robbed.
There was never any time to even think about this type of work.
Because the infrastructure was set up to be lining the pockets of Taipan so they could, I would assume, do good work. But when you're spending all of your time trying to make sure you've got enough money behind you, you end up having no time to do that good work. And don't get me wrong, I'm in it for the fucking profit too, right? We all know this. There's a lot of profit in people that are desperate. But maybe nice to be able to ride out and know that you're doing some good for someone that's paid.
No, I don't think that's what it is either.
It's fixing problems for the common people.
Yeah.
It's things that they can't go anywhere else to get fixed, you know? We could fix problems without even getting into drawing blood either. If we had good relations with bandits and dangerous individuals, we could buy items back that needed to be bought back, or speak with people to tell them to stop targeting certain individuals, whatever it might be. Everything would be based on our reputations and our ability to have contacts, which I know that Ko and I did a lot of work on anyway.
Part of that would be stepping on the toes of Redwater to some small degree. But of
Perhaps,
course, they could also be clients if we get too busy hours.
they could also be suppliers.
Yep.
If a job comes into us and we think Redwater will be better to deal with it, we just sell it out to them, pocket a little bit of money for the transaction fee.
I was going to mention Hathaway as well for selling products for imports. But obviously he still works for Way, so I guess that's different, I guess. But you know how he runs his own company, right? That moves as well as like Freddy
Traveling
suggested.
shop, yeah.
Traveling shop. He sells anything and everything, right? So that has nothing to do with Way. So maybe we could.
He worked much with imports.
I don't think so. No.
I don't think this would be a very big part of our business, especially at first. But let's take Wulong Tea, for example. We have the contacts, you arrange, you send a letter. It will take some time to get the product here. But if there is demand for it, we could keep stores of it, supply. But let's say it costs us, I don't know, $10 a bag to bring here. A crate full would be what? Cost would be 80 plus the cost of the crate. 130. And we sell it to a customer for at least 250 to 300. Products like this. Products that nobody knows the profit margin. They could never find out their true cost unless they were to look at our ledgers. So patience surely maybe would lead to being able to, like we talked about yesterday, studying market manipulation of other goods.
Yeah. I think we could... What?
Your ego. This means like repairman, repair worker.
You know, I've always said to you that I find it important to have a purpose behind actions. Money is always good, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm always up for doing the job if it's lining my pockets and the people that I love. But, you know, like when we sold William Hathaway the gun that belonged to Faye, I charged him crazy prices, right? I'm aware. I milked that man for the money that he had in his fucking bank account, but I also walked away knowing that I managed to get a gun back to somebody who didn't deserve for it to be stolen from her. It was a nice feeling.
It is. It is.
I'd like to imagine that we're able to be approached by people who they can't see any other way of it being resolved, you know? Maybe they've tried. Maybe the law can't help. You know, the other thing I was thinking is, imagine how many people in the crossing get robbed and never, ever manage to find out who did it. The detective department and the law is awful. They are incapable of trying to work out how it happened, who did it. I'm not saying that would be an easy job for us, but if we had enough contacts, if we had a way of finding out who are the sorts of people doing those robberies, we could be in a really good position to be that bridge between the common folk and the bandit scum.
Could reunite them with their lost possessions for a fee, of course.
Yeah.
But yes, this is something that the law really doesn't have the time, or they don't care about. And of course, our position would be, look, Mr. Bandit Scum, sir, or madam, we don't care who you rob or what you rob, but what good does it to hold on to a gun you probably won't ever use? Cash
Or that will be
better.
taken from the law anyway, soon.
Yes, yes. So don't get angry. We're here to do business with you. Get this gun back for a price. Let's talk about it. And then we finish the business and return the weapon or whatever it is to whoever the person is. Pretty much what we were doing from time to time, not so often, but so many people have had their weapons stolen.
You know, I'm also a man that I can admit that I struggle with the monotonous task that is the same job every day. If we were these fixers, imagine a time where we've established our name. We get all kinds of variety of work coming in. One week we might be working on importing tea, the next week we might be working on finding a murderer. The week after we might be trying to find out some information that somebody desperately needs. The week after that we're finding a gun that was stolen. You know, it could be a big variety of things.
And keeps us active, keeps us on the road a little bit. Of course, like you already say, we do need a place, a central location. People can find us.
Do you think we do, or do you think our telegrams are enough? That could be the selling point as well, you know. we could upset some people by fixing other people's problems. It might be that we are mysterious, perhaps. We arrange meetings in secure locations and we turn up out of the blue, disappear into the mist.
I don't know if that's wise, because if we were to continue making connections, we need to be known by everyone. Can't be mysterious if we're known by everyone.
Let's give legitimacy. People know where they can find us.
What would you guys think about your place of home, your personal apartment being a place that people can find you? I'm not sure I like the connection.
No.
I'd like to know that I can have a coffee on the balcony and never worry about somebody bothering me, you know? That's the beauty of this location that I'm going to show you both. But maybe we do find some abandoned office building or somewhere that we can occasionally stop by.
And maybe for a time it will be a little bit nomadic or something. The first step, if this is the way we want to go. The first step. But this also, I think, interests Kai very much to entrance.
Would you see any connection to...
Very cross. Wolf hearts. They're all things that Kai would love to be in the market for. Wolf heart, I think it sells for $300 in the butcher shop.
I believe so.
Could sell it for $5 for somebody that wants it for something.
I think this is something that they could all get behind. Yeah. I've been battling in my own head. What is it that I want to become? I do have urges to evil at times. Won't lie to you. Not evil, but evil to those who are evil.
But yeah, for the right reasons, right?
I hope so. I think so.
Could be that we do get that type of work. If a bunch of bandits go and beat up somebody's wife, husband may come to us. We may need to go to those bandits and deal with them in not very friendly manners.
I don't want to be a group that uses apology. Meetings that last 5 days.
You know, that's why I love the beauty of Redwater, and in a sense we would be a similar kind of group. But ours would be a lot more diverse. Ours wouldn't be focused necessarily on contracts of violence, although that can sometimes be brought in if necessary, but more problem solvers, fixers.
Yes, I agree.
The good thing about that kind of role is that, as you say, you can stay out of the politics. You can have that level of payment as a way to remove yourself from the situation. Yes, it's not nice hearing about somebody that was beaten up and left in the woods, but ultimately we're there because that person paid us to get Simone back or revenge. We don't care necessarily that he was beaten up and left in the woods, but he came to us to fix that problem and we do it for him. There's an element of separation there.
The only difference is that Redwater has the reputation to be able to succeed in doing these things.
True. Like anything, don't get too ahead of yourself, right? Start small, try little jobs here and there.
all of this as well, we still have this threat from the west. And depending on how Zhang Wei lazy, there could be heat coming down on us.
I agree. Once Mills is out, he's still going to be coming after you, I believe. And now we don't really have the quote-unquote protection that Taipan gave us. Yeah.
Settlement too.
Would he come after you?
I don't know. I am not sure that Mills will come after me either. He could be satisfied. He could have shot me that day. He chose not to.
I wonder how they'd react knowing that you're now not Taipan. Wonder if that would make a difference to them.
If anything, we could help bring in business to them, bring them products that they could sell amongst themselves or something like that. How much they trying to build the West. Instead of taking gems from them like they say, we could bring things to them.
No, and it's strange too. I did see Jack Cattleman that last time. And I could have killed him. I chose not to. Large part of the anger that I had been storing up in me for such a long time. So seeing him walk away, of course, initially I was very angry, but soon after, this rage began to leave me. It's not... I could, if he came here right now and sat down in that chair, I could sit down and have a conversation with him, if needed. Before, no, I was always looking for an opportunity to stick a knife in him, repay the favor.
I'm glad you've reached that conclusion.
See, can sometimes be just as fulfilling as vengeance.
I think it would be very interesting if we also dealt in weapons with them.
There has to be an argument made that, yes, okay, the West has treasures, it has things that is useful. But where are they going to get cash money for these things? Many people in the West can afford to line their pockets, keep them happy and well fed.
You know, we could accept gems as payment for the problems we fix.
I was about to say that.
You could have the West come to us, like a group from the West. They need a problem fixed, whether that's weaponry or somebody dealt with or something. Pay us in gems. It's perfect for them. Finally, they can fucking spend their gems on something that's useful to them. Plus, we know how to make value from those gems ourselves.
Or we can buy gems from them as well. Keep the cash flowing.
First things that we need to do when we return is we are going to have to grit our teeth and do some proper work a few days, a week or so. Fatten up our bank accounts, make sure we have enough to at least this. What if someone comes to us now with a $10,000 gem deal? Karma. You think they're sitting on a few $100,000? I bet they have a lot in this. Who comes here and wants to talk gem business? We have to act like we have the gems of the currency. It's business.
I agree.
So we need to fix it. If she comes here and wants $10,000 for the gems,
We'd need 8,000 to buy them from Candy Cane. I think I've got something like 2.5. Can't remember now. It's been so
I don't
long.
have nearly as much. 2 tickets to Guama.
You know, I was close to 5,000 before this mess with Yuko. Your antics with Mr. Way was very fucking expensive. Yeah.
Thinking that after we return, maybe we should spend a few days at the coal mine, no matter how much we hate it.
Or
I'm fine with it.
Gaptooth. I fucking hate coal.
Secure too. We aren't strong enough now. If they were to attack, they saw me at the coal mine. They would probably be out, take me somewhere, shoot me. See,
I'm not so sure.
one of the 4 gangs out there.
Oh, I thought you meant Taipan. Okay, yeah. Okay.
I'm not worried about them. Even if they are planning to do something, I'm not worried about to deal with it if it comes. But I know them like the back of my hand. I know where they work, I know what they eat, I know where they sleep. And I think. These don't worry. It's the 4 kings of the desert. Those are the ones that still worry me.
But as Yuri sort of said, perhaps getting on their good side, offering them value, letting them see value in us, might just be a way to secure our freedom. Just like Hathaway, he always joked and claimed about how he could mine on his own in Gaptooth as long as he wants, because he's created this bond with the bandits. Because they sell him the papers, they'll let him do whatever he wants to do. If we can offer something like that, a value, a service, it might be that we can do whatever we want when we want to.
I'm not sure that's how to initiate the first meeting. Any of them?
We would have to be of value before going to them. That would mean proving ourselves a bit. Proving ourselves in the east, perhaps, and then looking at the west.
Yes.
Um,
Some time.
yeah.
It's just we stay out of the desert until then.
Yeah, I probably would agree. Ko, we need to speak to you about Copperhead. What do you think of him as a man, Ko? Just have an interest. Set aside the incidences with Mr. Way, the fact that he was asked a question. What was your opinions of him, say, a few days before our big meeting at Braithwaite?
There were times that I liked him. Times that I trusted him. I think the times that not trust you.
When were those times?
Usually when it came to having to do what was necessary. You see, I don't trust people who have to tell me that I do all of this because I love you, or I want to show my worth. I am loyal to you, blah, blah, blah. The words to me are meaningless. Actions. And it was the actions of Copperhead that I only saw a few times that something I could truly trust.
Proved himself in the cave with Benjamin.
That was one of the times.
The reason why I bring it up is that Yuri gave him that letter that I let you read. She tells me that Copperhead was very upset. Almost, maybe offended is the wrong word, but more broken and upset. He felt that I, more than anyone here, I don't know, Yuri, maybe you should say.
He was extremely hurt by the fact that we did not trust him enough to help. That if we had maybe perhaps opened our doors to him a bit more, that he would have helped in this whole situation, but both us and Taipan kept him out. And that right now he feels like he's on the wrong side of the fence, looking over at us not being able to do anything.
His way, hoping to go to John Wayne before anything began. Tell him all the plans, and then he would believe that he could talk John Wayne into a more amicable deal, which would have been impossible.
Isn't that what I did?
Yes, we don't talk about that anymore.
Well, also no, because you didn't go to Mr. Way
Yeah, you
and
didn't
share all of the plans and then try and convince Mr. Way to, well, you probably, I don't know, perhaps you did try and explain to Mr. Way that you shouldn't hurt Ko, but you definitely didn't reveal plans. You even said yourself you lied to him and didn't tell him.
I mean, all I told him was that Cole was ready to die. I didn't tell him anything about the other plans, though.
I kind of see what you mean, Ko, but at the same time, Copperhead is loyal. Very loyal. As long as he believes in the cause, I think. He's very headstrong. He forms opinions, and he is loyal to what he believes in. I suppose a bit like me there. If he did believe in us, believed in me, you, Yuri, more than Taipan, don't think he would do anything to ruin that trust.
I have thought about this a little, but I kind of have the feeling that Copperhead will go through the initiation ceremony. Will become a member. One day not far away, something that he's been ordered to do will prick his conscience. Other exodus from Taipan.
This is why I would rather have him now, where he's in my position instead of in yours.
Yuri thinks that we should approach him sooner rather than later. He does want to speak to me more than anyone at the moment.
He wants to speak to both of you.
Yeah. And he sees me as his closest, best friend that I have. What's the word? I've gone behind his back and left without giving him any warning.
Of course, we can talk anytime. If he wants to come here, he can.
I think Yuri suggested it.
I did, yes. And he was thinking about it. I'm not sure, though, when it will be.
I'm not going to sit here, though, and listen to him lecture me. So I made my choice. It is useless to try and convince me any other role. It's already too late to.
I'm not sure he would. I don't know.
It's more so for him to express how he's feeling.
Do you think he also wants to understand somewhat why we had to do what we did? Why Code made the decision?
I guess so, but I asked him if he had any questions for me, and he didn't. So he also spoke with Kai as well, but I can't exactly remember what they talked about.
Okay. Do you know if he seeked Kai out or if Kai found him?
They bumped into each other, I believe, in Valentine.
Do you know who asked to speak?
Why does that matter?
Because if Copperhead bumped into Kai and then took it upon himself to ask Kai, can we go somewhere to talk? It infers that he cares.
Have you ever had Kai come up to you and say, we need to talk?
No, not really.
Exactly.
The Kai doesn't care about fucking anything other than him and bears. My point is that if Copperhead has been trying to seek out people like you, people like Kai, for conversations, then he is as sitting on the fence, as you say.
Yeah, he's on the fence. One leg over one side.
You truly believe him? You say this.
Yes, I do, Cole. He is in the exact same position I was in. If we had told him anything, he probably would have been more convinced. He told me if we had told him anything, he would have done his best to help. He would have opposed to any of our ideas, like I did, and he would have tried to convince you to not do it like I did, but would not have stopped you if you had made up your mind.
I think also my, not problems, but sometimes difficulties with Copperhead came from many times, of course, whether or not it was with a vision or it was an idea I had. His first reaction was much like Fiona. No, this won't work. This happened a lot, and I don't mind that. I don't want people just to say yes because I say an idea. I need people to say no. But for me, I guess it gave me a little bit feeling like he's lacking in the what's the word, Freddy? Not courage, but something like
Daringness.
this. Yep. Like you
What?
say, those who dares wins. Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
When have I ever agreed to any of the plans that you have put in place this past month and a half, Cole?
Why do you keep using you as like a
Because
excuse for other people?
Copperhead and I are very similar, Freddy.
Yeah, but I don't love Copperhead.
No, but I mean in the way we think about things. We both overthink everything. We're both very serious most of the time. He's a better businessman than me, but that's beside the point.
You know, there's a word for those people.
What?
Pessimist.
Okay, well, I've been trying not to be that, but Cole, these past 1.5 months, whenever you come up with an idea, have I ever said that it was a great idea right away? Yeah,
I can't remember any.
exactly. And I do this out of care for you and thinking about the further consequences and possible outcomes. That's exactly what Copperhead does as well. But he was also there, if you remember, when we all swore to be part of your army. He was there.
I did find that odd, I'll be honest. I felt like he was pressured into doing it because everyone else was.
I don't think so.
Why was he so against it and then suddenly, oh yeah, okay, fine.
He doesn't get pressured easily. I think of him as a very independent person. He doesn't get pressured by other things. He does what he wants. Which is why I think it's interesting why I asked him the question. Because Copperhead is not going to do what he's told most of the time. He's going to question it every time.
Let's the bad and the good about this. The good for us is one, they cut shop and lose their manager.
And probably one of their best workers, if not the best.
A very good businessman. He's very personable.
He has a lot of contacts.
You know,
Lot.
the one thing I said about how one of his best traits is he is one of the best people for vetting, whether it be new people in the crossing or old people, but he is great at finding the good eggs in the basket.
What is a bad thing?
He's just very challenging towards
May
you.
well by me.
Challenging,
I think-
that's only a personal thing. That's, I don't really mind it.
No, I mean like he challenges what you put on the table.
It's a little bit bad thing.
Well, for you, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah. It's good and bad.
He has strong opinions.
That's, yes, there we go. And okay, here's another doubt in my mind. Can he be trusted not to speak about certain things? It feels like I heard it from before. Long ago, not recently. But especially when he was working at the Blue Park, that he did talk a lot.
What do you mean?
Just the ability to not say things that he shouldn't say.
You know, sometimes it is tempting just to blah, 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 speak about something.
You know, I think the skill in that is more about working out. It's more about being able to know what you should and shouldn't be saying in any conversation, more than it is accident. Than giving away secrets. I don't think it's about. He would never say anything that he thinks would be bad on us to somebody else, but it's about being clever enough to know what those things are.
All I
I
know
do think,
is that
from what I know, he got better at that.
Yeah, he did.
No. Get back to before you leave the first time you read back then.
You see? I don't know. If he thinks of you as a best friend, Freddy, why would he go and do these things to you?
I don't think he would. Not willingly, anyway. As I say, it would be more about him accidentally doing anything, because he just didn't realise that might have been sensitive. He'd
He's
never do it on
smarter than that.
purpose.
Let's say Copperhead agrees he leaves Taipan and comes with us. That brings up another person. You know who I speak of.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
I think Copperhead has drifted away from Phoenix the same as I have. He got very offended by the fact he walked away that day. And even though I think they have had one or two conversations since, whenever I spoke to Copperhead about it before I left Taipan, he always said that it would never be the same again, that he'd never trust him again. Plus, Phoenix is looking to be a doctor, so I don't see.
Actually, it is one point more you. It's always important to have a doctor close by. Not saying to bring him in, but
I think we should. I think we should bring Eric Hong in as well.
Fuck you. I'm out. Goodbye.
Phoenix and Eric Hong. They should be the leaders, I think.
Shit, I actually like fucking Eric Hong and Udaga.
you know, I actually did for 1 minute I thought about it. He could be.
What do you
done.
mean?
You're
thought about
crazy.
it?
Okay, I've had a
You're
lot of
crazy.
thoughts the last 2 days here in Parma. I stand alone, look at these ocean, and think about things. I did think about it just for a minute, but no, I don't.
no.
But no.
No,
don't
no.
agree.
I don't put my foot down on many things, Cole, but this, no.
No, he would be a huge problem.
No, it would be terrible.
Yeah, yeah.
He's
I've got a
already
slightly
shown
more
too much-
sensitive.
He literally insulted Kai, Cole.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
not.
Kai would
That's
not
right.
be.
I forgot
Kai would
about
not be
that.
a part of it if Garrick was.
He insulted him in Chinese, thinking Kai would not understand him.
Yeah, like the first day they met too, or something.
Yes, literally the first day.
Whilst we're on the subject of Kai, then before I move on to something a little bit more serious, what are our thoughts on Kai and Josie? Not around whether we would want them in or out, because it's very clear. We'd love to have them in. But do you think there would be a clear line of what they would and wouldn't want to be involved in? Or do you think they perhaps might be open to all kinds of work if it's done for the good of somebody that's paying for it?
Josie would do whatever Kai does.
Yep. Did I tell you? I asked them the other day at that table right behind us. When you two were off doing something. I asked them, I said, look, I am hesitant to ask you this, but we're already in the same boat. Do you wish to travel this boat further with us? And he said to me, he said, Cole, I already consider you a brother, as you do me. But I also, I mean, yeah, it, say, but he said, I also will not give up my freedom either.
Which is why I
What
think you
I'm-
look good for the business that we are proposing.
You get hurt, Yuri.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
But that's fine.
Clouds and rain, okay.
Nothing to do with me. She fell off the fucking cliff because she's clumsy.
It was on the sand though, so it was not that bad. It was that cliff over there.
That's a pretty high fall.
Also, like I said about Josie, she actually has a lot of medical experience. She's not
That's
a
true.
doctor,
That's true.
but she saved your life.
Yeah.
So that is another point for her and not for Phoenix. Sorry,
Yeah, alright.
Phoenix, but
Phoenix,
he's too much. If anyone ever threatened him about any information that he had on us, he would literally pee his pants and tell them. So he's not trustworthy in that sense.
Oh my God!
Who?
You should have seen him that night when he came here,
Who?
Phoenix.
Oh, I spoke to him
inside,
today.
You did. He's still here. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I gave him warning. I said, if you go back tonight, which was the night that Yuri was supposed to go back, the first night, and if you go back tonight, no matter what, I will hunt you down and I will put bullets in you.
Yeah, he said that to me today.
Well, he came up to us. I don't know what he was expecting, but we stood there and it was very awkward.
That's just how Phoenix is, I think.
Yeah, but of course, not many people were really interested in talking to him. And so finally, I pulled him aside and I talked to him. But before this, he was like, "Oh my God, maybe I should not have come. This is terrible. I made a bad decision again. Blah 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 blah." Always doubting himself. It was actually
Yeah.
quite funny.
All right, I've got a serious topic.
Can we walk to the gun place? I need to buy a lot of gun oil while we're talking. Possibly?
Maybe we can walk up to the bar too while we talk. See if this Delilah is around.
Okay. Sorry, Freddy. My guns are really dirty. I don't want you to get better.
No, mine are bad too.
I
I need gun
also,
oil.
I also need to
Oh,
get some fresh
shit.
water.
I've got no money.
I have money.
Oh, by the way, Co, I lost $440 in roulette.
Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
Yuri's. It was Yuri's
How
for
was it my fault?
doubting me and jinxing
you
it by
didn't
betting
listen to
against
me.
the other
You didn't
color.
listen to me.
She bet against the other color.
Here he's going that way again. Don't run, don't run, don't run.
Wait. Why would you do that?
He always does
Surprise
this.
attack.
Always be ready, he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I could. Okay, serious topic, what were you saying?
This idea of the fixes or whatever it is, what we just discussed. Well, there's two parts to this question, and it's mainly to Kurt. First part is, do you see any connection or value to the White Lotus Society if this fixer organization were to start up? Second part of the question is, would you even want it to be connected?
Yes, to both. But I do believe that if it is to be this, I need to return to China and get a new mandate.
Return to China.
Few weeks. Now, I could argue after the fact that I had the authority to set a new branch up anyway, and they might go for it. Or perhaps we just set one up and if the time comes, then we go back and ask for permission. Or forgiveness, one of the two.
You know, my only concern about that is not wanting to end up like the Hong.
Yep.
Don't want to be meeting good people and bringing them into something that they then regret, or bringing them into something that they don't understand. Or even myself, I'll be honest, I don't want to be in a situation where I feel like I can't escape from what it is we're doing.
Yeah. But that is the reason why, Yuri. I talked to Freddy a little bit about this already. That is the reason why I fear that I might need to go back to China to argue a case for change. If I were to set one up now, the format would be very similar to what the Hong is now. If I were to make changes, and if they didn't like these changes, they could come and take me away someday. They are concerned mostly with profits, yes, but you know, in China, I don't know how it is in Korea, but in China there is great conflict now between the old and the new. The sword and the bow versus the gun. Keeping up with tradition, breaking it. There's blood being drawn of this. There is actual real battles being fought. At a small scale. And it is because of this why outside enemies have been able to control and achieve
Oh shit,
English.
water, hold on, let me get water.
Yeah, me too.
I wish I knew more of what you spoke of, but Korea not really going through something like that right now. They're still kind of stuck in the past. Not so much.
See, Japan has already made many changes. They are so far advanced above China right now that I don't know what would happen. they were to turn their guns toward China, like they did 2 years ago.
No, Korea is still pretty behind. There's been talks of Japan doing things, but I don't know. Hello.
Holy shit, you sneaky. You scared the shit out of me.
You know what the secret is?
No.
It's the
please.
coat. It's the coat. It's really cute.
Just walk where you're not looking. Ooh. Scary noise.
We were on our way to the bar to see if Delilah might be up there.
I don't think so. It's pretty buoyed up still. I had to order a bunch of supplies to get fixed. But let's go to the village. Let's go to the village. Maybe
I need to buy like a shit ton of gun oil, like to douse myself in.
Yeah. It's the salt, you know?
Yeah.
It's in the air.
It doesn't help that Freddy fucking pushes me into the sand.
That'll do it too.
Motherfucker.
So how are you guys feeling?
A lot better, actually, yeah.
Good.
I have to say, running around and carrying pigs on your shoulder, it's a surefire way to feel strong again.
Yeah, you wander around this place in the jungle for a while, up and down these mountains, and strong base, strong foundation for a strong home.
Salt water's good as well.
Just sad that I'm losing a little bit of my belly fat.
Oh my god, I'm eating like crazy to keep it up. Luckily, goat meat is very greasy. Although we can't kill too many goats.
I have not killed a
No,
goat
true.
before. I don't dare to do it. I feel like it's not my place to kill a goat here.
Oh,
If they were out in the jungle, sure, but not here.
Or if they attack you. But they're a little gamey, but you know, some people like Delilah is so superstitious about, like, she stays the fuck away from goats.
Lila is superstitious.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you should not have said this.
That's good to know.
Why?
Now they will get along too
She
well.
might be my next best friend.
Have you seen the rules to the bar before it got blown up?
I did look at it, yes. Once,
Yeah, that's all her stuff. Dump a thing out here for the island. You put a mirror up because the devil can't stop looking at himself in the mirror. Oh yeah, we've had a lot of books where she tells me about things, signs, and all this.
So we might be able to get along quite well then. You know, superstition, it should not be ignored, even if you don't believe in it. It's
Yeah,
too
Freddy.
ancient and too, who
Can you
knows
buy me some, please?
the truth behind it all. How did that superstition stop, you know? Of course,
Well,
some
that's a good point.
superstition is stupid. You know this now. Some know. Must be careful.
Well, as I said to what's his name,
Hey,
Edgar
thank
before,
you.
I said I don't really believe in superstitions, but at the same time, I'm not going to take any chances.
Yep, that's right.
You're not going to see me
Respect
running
it.
under a ladder or anything like
Yeah.
that, breaking mirrors.
Yeah. Actually, you know, I need to get
I'm
my fuel
afraid
gun
of it.
oil.
I don't believe in it, but I'm afraid of it. As little sense as that makes.
Respect it. That's maybe better word.
Well, I think I know enough to know that I probably don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, did you want to talk?
Let's go up to the village.
Okay.
What really?
This way, not far.
Yeah, she's supposed to be in the village at some point soon, so.
You tell me how is Edgar doing?
Oh, he's a lot better. He's moving around. He's moving a little slow, but he went back to the crossing already.
Oh, he returned. Okay.
Yep. So he's on a mission, which is good because it's the mission I like, which is get some people over here, get a bunch of gems over here, get people spending in gems, and blah 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 blah, all that fun stuff. I actually did something really crazy last night. Do you know Captain Henderson?
Shit, is he dead? He should be dead by now.
He's here.
He's here.
So
All right,
he
you
was
know.
banned by Vasquez. Henderson claims because he fucked Vasquez's wife, which I never heard of this lady before. But honestly, if my wife fucked Henderson, I'd never mention her too. So, I was talking to Edgar, and Delilah brought him over because you're not. If he's banned, he has to ask first. So he got. She threw a knife in his gut. I let him. I said, "You once you get punished, then you can be unbanned." So she threw a knife in his stomach. But then I talked to him, and he was like, "What's with these export taxes?" And I told him our Minister of Trade shaved her head and ran off into the jungle. She was snapped.
Jasmine, yes.
So the port's been open, and then, well, let's just say there's a chance that our port may be being run by Captain James Henderson.
My God. Okay.
Listen, he's got a lot of fire, you know?
Oh, he does, for sure. He was one of the first people I robbed in the crossing. Long
That's
ago.
funny. That's a fun thing. Usually it's the other way around. This guy was the first guy who robbed me.
Yeah, the first person was a man named Pete. But at this time, Pete
Pip.
was running with Captain Henderson.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
So then Captain Henderson came in all huffy-puffy, and we had a little stalemate, guns drawn, you know, all that good shit.
Yeah.
And we ended up talking it out, though.
Have a seat, pick a chair, whichever one you think is most comfortable. I'll sit on the couch.
This chair. This is very much more nice than sitting on the crates.
yeah. It was a big thing when we got a carpenter to show up. Well, it's good that
Captain
you
Henderson
spend
running
time with
the
De La
docks.
Cruz.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's good spending time with that De La Cruz. I'm glad.
The shaman. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe he is quite a wise man. He actually
Seems
perhaps
like it.
saved my life without really even knowing it.
I guess it's what I guess it's what wise people do, right? Because they're wise, so they don't even know that they're helping you sometimes.
Yep.
Just being around.
And I truly do seek enlightenment because, Ambassador, Commander Herbie, I truly have never been free my entire life.
Well,
Now I am free.
will you feel totally free?
I'm not sure yet. I am still grappling with the meaning of this word.
Well, I think about that sometimes too. But just as a sense that I'm a person who doesn't like to be told what to do. Some people also might call that a big baby. But whatever it is, however you want to look at it, a contrarian, a rebel, whatever. Hit my own man, or just, you know, a pissy little bitch. It's who I am, and so I do prefer when I can do what I want and have some level of freedom. I mean, that's why I like this place.
The longer I stay, the more I want to stay, to be honest.
Oh, well, that is such a coincidence because I'm talking to you because I want you to stay. I think, well,
Let
I
me
know
intrigue.
you are, well, I'm just going to be honest. You're somebody with a brain. You know how to handle people. You know about business, and you know about how to give, how to take. And from what I've heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, although this was a while ago, what is important to Guarma is strength and people who can defend what they have and take back stuff if somebody takes it from them. You know, we need strength. And I loved all the people who are here and were here and all that, and they were great, and I'm sure they would have tried to defend themselves, but they were, you know, some of them were pushovers. And when push came to shove and I wasn't around as much to hold their hand, well, then look,
Oh,
Yeah.
let's pee.
yeah. Let's be. That was cool. Let's pee.
Looks like a complete server shut down. Oh, there we go. Back in. Very. It was very interesting. He wants
Yeah.
us to stay.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about it yet.
Staying is not really option, but perhaps.
Do they know why you've been here?
He knows a little bit. He knows I'm no longer with Taipan. He must guess that it was a violent separation because, of course, he saw me the second day, I believe.
This is the first time I've seen him.
You've never met him before? Oh, let me introduce first then.
Well, I met him earlier.
Oh, yeah, we met earlier.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, I just met today. His first time meeting you.
Yeah, she was showing Freddie around. Anyway, I was saying, I just think it would be great for this island. And, you know, I like you. It'd be great to have you around. You got a lot of knowledge, how things work, business things. It'd be good for this place. And, you know, to that end, this place is about as free as you're going to get. I mean, there are rules and the militia is in charge. But unless you're doing things to hurt the island, you can do whatever you want.
I would never do things to hurt the island.
You know, but fucking Edgar asked me, he goes, I have a question. I said, what? He goes, am I allowed to ban people from wearing bows on this land? I said, yeah, you can, as silly as that sounds. You can.
I think he has it in for the shaman, perhaps. For whatever reason.
Yeah.
I told you, don't hurt this shaman, he's a holy man.
Well, I
You
don't
hurt
think...
him.
He didn't respect anything before any of this kind of stuff, or superstition, or religion, or anything like that. Any rules, I think he just wanted to piss all over before the bomb blew up in his face.
Yes, and that was very interesting when I talked to him a few days ago. I mentioned to him that I seek enlightenment here. And He say it's hocus pocus. He doesn't believe in it. But he was singing different tune yesterday. Something happened to him that scared the 10 kings of hell into him. I don't know.
Probably Delilah.
Maybe.
It's a real, yeah, it's a funny thing. It's a funny thing. Getting blown up will do.
Well, you know, these next few days that we are still here, we are discussing and bringing our full team together.
Oh, how many of you is your full team?
Right now, we have a solid 5.
That's great.
And a few more, perhaps, soon.
But you know, there's lots of places on the island that, you know, people could live in a comfortable community together.
Well, we are, like you say, we are serious businessmen. And we are serious about protecting our business in whatever way, shape, or form that might come in. And that has included several wars, several conflicts, several assassination attempts on me, and many other things. But we are still here today, and we don't plan to go anywhere. Now, as far as staying in Guarma full time, I don't see a real offer of anything from you except for to stay here and do business. And well, that's what we're discussing. We're discussing what is the business we plan to do, and we believe we have an idea. But it's
Is
just
this a business that will venture to the side of illegality?
of course.
Well,
Of
so
course.
here's. That's where I don't know if I had explained to you how, you know, you're not safe from the law here, but it's not so easy for them here, especially now that I'm pissed off at them that they seem to be ignoring our discussion that we had recently. Well, actually, not recently. It's like a month and a half ago now.
Perhaps they don't see you as
They came here. They came here to discuss extradition because we have some fucking trade deal where they're giving us supplies because this place is a mess, and so we agreed that they can come here if there's like a really heinous criminal they're looking for. But they got to send 4 people. They got 4 people with like a medic and a reserve person that wait behind. And they gotta go find. It's not like, you know, especially now since I'm pissed at them, I'm not gonna tell them where they are. They gotta come here and investigate, and they don't know the jungle. They don't know all this stuff. So, really, I mean, somebody's business here could be like, oh, are you wanted? I'm gonna build you a whole new identity. Shit like that. So, there is an advantage to if just having, you know, you don't have to be here all the damn time if you quote unquote live here, but if there's always a presence and someone here is irregularly, it's always a nice thing. I'll tell you my dream. You know, I'm not saying you should participate in this, but this is it, is that is we have a bunch of different communities on the island, and they're the ones who decide, they govern. Like the militia's just guardians, right? Stewards of the island. Oh, look who it is. And then, but the people get to decide. And if, you know, people get into fights, you get into fights. You know, we have a court system out there. We got all this stuff. Right? Hello?
how do you know?
Interrupting.
No, we're just chatting. Talking about the benefits of living in Guarma.
Oh, are you considering staying?
Well, he made this mention of this.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to explain the benefits. Obviously, I said he's a strong businessman. They're a strong group, which is what Guarma likes, the strength. So, you know.
And what is their business, if I can ask?
Well, you will have to ask.
What is your business?
It used to be.
Currently
Yeah, you go
finding
ahead.
our way. Delilah, you know, or do you know about all 3 of our pasts, our history?
No, I don't.
You aware of an organization called Taipan, Saint Denis?
Mm-hmm. I used to work out of the Blue Pearl.
Yeah, we all 3 of us have at various lengths and roles, but all three of us have once worked in and around that Taipan gun store.
Hang on a minute. Let me put it this way. I am the founder of Taipan.
I was just gonna say, I thought you were Taipan.
I'm the founder, and I appointed Zhang Wei to be leader.
I see.
I am not. I am more prone to rash action at times, defending our interest with violence instead of pretty words. And so I did not see myself as a natural leader.
Yet you had the wisdom to understand what was needed at the time. Sounds like good leadership skills to me.
This day, now I no longer Taipan. I am free for the first time. So we are trying to decide which road we shall take. And I believe we have an idea. The beginning of an idea. Yeah, I'll let Freddy explain that.
Goes departure from Taipan. Well, all three of us, we somehow, our destinies were very much intertwined. We find all three of us now separated from Taipan and discussing, perhaps getting a bit excited about what the future might hold for us. We're men of women of purpose more than anything. Don't get me wrong, everyone likes to line their pockets with money, but it is nice to have a bit of a purpose when it comes to your work. And although we've left Taipan, we certainly have not left our skills behind. Things that we've been very good at in the past. So, currently we've been here to look after our wounds and recover, but there has been some discussions perhaps of what it is we might look to get into soon. We do somewhat see ourselves as potentially fixers of kind. Being able to fix people's problems.
Finding perhaps a lost gun. Man or a lady who has wronged someone.
That's that's gonna require a lot of freedom to do all that kind of stuff.
Freedom is what we fought for, to be in the position we're in now.
That's good. That's good.
Tell me, Herbie, if we were to accept your offer, what would you truly offer us, and what would you expect in return? Specifics.
Well, here's the thing. This goes for everybody who lives on Guam. Okay. Anyone who lives on Guam can ask me or any member of the militia they see. You got an idea for something going on, and it might help the island. It might bring people here. It might, whatever, help what we're looking to do. You can ask the militia for help, and I have to go check, but we can provide money. We can provide supplies, maybe tickets if it's like you're doing an event or something like that. When I did this big poker game that Zhang Wei bailed on the first one, when it was basically me just trying to fill a spot, inviting him anyway. Anyway, I only invited him because I felt awkward when he heard about it and asked me on the street. So, but the militia, I said I need 20 tickets. So I got 20 tickets, and then I gave out tickets so everyone got to come here for free because it helped the island. It got eyes on it, that sort of thing. We can make these kind of requests, and like I said, if it's for the good of the island. You can't say, hey, Hoyman, can I have $5,000 to go buy weapons because it can kill my enemies? No. But you want to do something here. You want to encourage people to come here to do business with you. To make that a little easier, we might be able to swing that. I would say that the only reason you should consider, living here or running your business out of here is if it's advantageous to you. If not having the law up your ass all the time is advantageous, if having a place you can go to do some type of exchange that would be, you could get charged for over there, but not over here. Maybe, you could sell stuff here you can't sell over there.
What about gems?
So gems, that's one thing we would like, and I know Delilah's for this too. And as one of the business owners here, she's somebody to talk to about that. And we'd like to get this place really, when we do have deals or we have an event or we do, somebody suggests, we were talking, Marley was here. I don't know where she is now, but
Marley,
she talked
yes.
about having a market here like you guys used to do in Saint Denis. And that kind of
We
thing.
could
But it
help
would
with
all have to be
this.
gems or bartering, mostly gems though. So kind of just getting people to do business here and use gems. Now, one key, and
Talk about it.
this is something I think we could wind up doing and finding somebody around, but we had somebody that was going to appraise gems for us, right? But if we have somebody who will agree, like we will appraise gems, like someone who really looks at the gem, grades it on its clarity and its cut, and there's another thing too, I forget. And then, so your gems, if you bring them here, they will probably, there's a 80% chance, whatever it might be, that they have more value here than back in the crossing.
So you could buy guns, handcuffs, whatever you need. Because your gems are worth more here. It gives people
Right.
a reason to come and shop here.
Are you looking to purchase gems wholesale? Or are you looking for some organization to come here to do this business with the local people?
Well, I think it's both. It's getting people who do business here to do it only in gems. People who go through the port, people who are exporting rum, bananas, or whatever the hell it might be, lemons. All like those transactions would happen in gems.
Mentioned something yesterday, I believe, like a new currency.
Yeah, that's what we want it to be. It's gonna be growing pains because everyone has to have gems. So that's part of it too. Is that at some point, anybody, people are gonna have to bring money here and get gems. So there will be an opportunity for people who have a lot of gems to go, hey, get your gems here, And part of that is too, there might be a point where they just give everybody the gems, whatever the shape of whatever they are, and then it's like, okay, you pay this price, we get rid of all these gems, and then when the appraisal comes around, maybe they'll be worth more. Maybe this gem it's so fucking clear. This diamond is worth $200, and you never knew because you never got it appraised, and you were just gonna get $60, whatever it was.
I may be able to find an appraiser.
Oh, good. Yeah, we have one too, but I don't
You
trust
have
it's gonna
one?
come
Okay.
back. So
Okay. As far as gems are concerned, if Guarma was to, you would need someone to kickstart it.
Mm-hmm.
If Guarma was willing to purchase gems, what kind of amount?
Well, here's the
would
thing.
it be?
Here's the big issue. Is that the militia's not gonna buy a whole bunch of gems. It's gonna have to be, we need people here, which again, there's been a little dip. So maybe by the time Edgar's done and something like that, and he's very into gems. But
Yes.
if you just want to wait till there's more people here, that's fine. And then you can come and be like, look, I got red hot gems here. But there will be an opportunity. This place needs to be, it needs to be operated by the people. Like the militia doesn't want to run this place. It's a fucking militia. And the reason that they even grabbed some of us who were living here is because they were like, well, you guys are over there. You help them out. So they really, if, like I said, people who come here, someone could have so much influence, they could dictate what this side of the island does if they were so inclined and got everybody to buy in. If the island is using gems as a currency, if you got the most gems, that's pretty, you know, you got a lot of power here.
Gems, amount of gems is really no issue.
Yeah, so it's really, though, I guess maybe we gotta see if we get people here. If people come here, and part of the thing is, too, and one of the reasons I asked you is it's not just getting anybody here, as we've learned. It's getting people here who think outside the box, who are creative, and are willing to put in a little bit of effort because they know the rewards could be much greater in the end if they do. Like, there's something, I could go sit in a mine and swing away like a fucking mutant. But, you know, or I could come to Guam and I could build something, and by the time it's done, I might have to sweat. It might be tough sometimes. I might hate it, but if I follow through, I might have a lot more power, a lot more money, and I just feel a lot better about what I'm doing. It's a better life.
If we have not discussed this yet, we will need to talk about it.
And
But
there's no pressure, no, you know, it's just a thought to have since you enjoy it here.
if we were to be a part of this, and to some degree at least, I would expect we would be in the crossing it here off and on.
That's fine. You know,
Also-
you know Romeo and Lydia.
Yes, I know that.
So they have probably been, before I got here, they're like, you know, the most consistent and helpful presence on the island, right? And they're not even here half the time, but they still manage to do a lot of good for it. And they're still considered like, those are Guaman people. Because they come up with ideas, they're here for the island, and if they got to go back to run a restaurant for half the week, that's fine. Or if 1 week they don't come back, that's fine. But I know that they are committed to helping this place, and they continue to do so. So,
What I would say
I'm not.
is that
There's no attendance taken or anything like that. But if you know, if all you guys are gone for 2 weeks, I'm gonna start to think, okay, don't live here anymore. And someone might come and take wherever the fuck you were living.
Well, there is one thing I would, if we are to agree to this, there's one thing I would like to ask to receive.
Mm-hmm.
There is a room here on the Quarmar, under the ground,
Okay.
that I would like to, if we are to do this, to use as a headquarter.
Out in the jungle back there, right? Oh no, that with La Madre statue in it?
Well, not that room. It's further down. There's a big, huge open room with chairs and.
Have you gone out the door in that room?
Yes, we did.
And where? Do you know where that room is?
Yeah, it ends
It's
up
in a compound.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the malicious room.
Oh, that is
Cool.
delicious.
You
Yeah,
know
that's why
this.
it's in the compound.
Great. Stop leaking my secret.
You know this, Cole.
So that room, it belongs to a militia.
Yeah. Now, if sometimes you want to have a meeting in there, we could probably discuss this. If people show up and you want to do business in there, you want to meet at that table, we could probably discuss this. At some point, and we've discussed this before, hopefully making the compound more open when there's more people here and making that a little community.
Sure.
So, it would be, you can use it. That what I would say. Yeah, I wouldn't say this is ours. Welcome to our room. But if you say, Hoiby, I got an important meeting. It's for the island. It's gonna bring business. Whatever. I trust you. At that point, if you're living here for a while, and I'm like, hey, Hoiby, can I use the compound? Go for it. Oh, hello.
Good to see you. Have you been?
You guys have some stuff to talk about?
Sure,
We do.
perhaps.
You do? All right. Well, you're gonna have to be patient because I know we're not done yet.
Cuphead, come back in a few minutes if you would.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
Nice to see you again, Copperhead.
Likewise.
Just so you know, too, just as another little reminder about the benefits to living here. If you wanted to go cut his throat right now, that's fine. Then that's fine.
He's supposed to be my best friend, so
Oh,
we'll see about that.
He's still Taipan though.
Yeah.
oh. Delilah, do you mind if
I'll be
I
honest,
talk about
Toby,
how he's connected to Guarma or was at some point?
we probably are already aware, but yeah. I know that you needed blacksmiths. Me and him came out here once to speak to you guys about it.
Oh no, that somebody put a
No,
bounty
you
on him and he
don't
got the
have
shit
any
beat out
idea.
of him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There was a
we also
time.
know this, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a time, Delilah, where I was creating a plan to meet you and discuss this. Full transparency.
Looks
but-
like fate delivered for us.
Yep.
I was hoping to meet you as well.
Do you want to know who put that bounty on him?
But we heard it
You
was.
will not, Herbie.
I didn't say I would tell him. I'm asking if he knows who put the bounty on him.
The way I look at it now is that perhaps someone put the bounty on him through Delilah. And of course, Delilah is her job to take bounties, I believe. And so, at the time, the information we had was sketchy. I wanted to figure out really what happened, but
Doesn't really matter now, right?
no, it doesn't matter anymore.
I'm gonna say this because, well, why not? We were pretty certain that it might perhaps be to do with, should we say, exporting of Guaman goods, which was interesting because Copperhead was very, very lightly involved in that way before the rules came in on exporting fees and searching people at the docks, way before. So,
Well, here's the
interesting
thing.
one.
Another reminder about the benefits of Guarma. If you're the person controlling the port, you make up the rules. And if you say that place is a smuggler, well, guess what? That place is a smuggler.
Now a pirate is running the port. This will be interesting.
We'll see.
It will be business like I'm used to. In China, you can grease the palm of the harbor master or even a sheriff or magistrate.
Yeah, listen, I'm just giving people opportunities. That's what it is. Just an
Yes.
opportunity to do some stuff here for anybody who's willing to take it. It's harder. It's more challenging, but
Co,
and
why
even
don't
if
we
you
be
don't live
transparent?
here, like I said, you'll
Yeah.
have plenty of opportunity to do business here and spend time here.
Sure,
But
why
yes,
don't we be
so just to the
transparent?
point,
Yeah.
I'm just talking myself to think about this, and I don't see any other fucking militia around, so I'm making a decision. If you are considered a resident of Guarma, and again, you don't have to be here all the damn time, and you're like, Hoiby, I'm gonna use a compound for a meeting. We'll trust you. Go in there. You use it to table. You can sit in a fucking chair, whatever you want. Throw somebody in a cage. Just clean up after them when you're done. Just mop.
Herbie, why don't you let me be a bit more transparent for you?
Okay.
Co and I and the rest of us, we do look at Saint Denis as our home. Always have done, and perhaps more than likely always will. But Co and even me, as of late, have started to take an important liking and meaning to this island. We would want to be considered as allies and friends of Guarma, even if we perhaps resided in Saint Denis.
Of course. As I said, full attendance is not required to be considered a friend or even a resident. If you're present, Gideon. You know Gideon?
Yeah, I know.
In
Well,
He used to be here. He didn't live here, but he was here so often that he'd come to town meetings. We'd listen to his opinion, all that stuff. If you were here and you love this place and you treat it right, and especially you're all about the shaman and you support what he's doing, that's you'll be friends. Don't worry about that.
I think there is a deal we can work out here. We'll need to discuss it amongst
You
ourselves.
guys think about it. Think about what you want, what you need. Think about if operating out of here will be beneficial to you even at all. If it's not, then don't worry about it. We'll see him because you'll be spending time here. I need to go for a minute. Delilah, you stay here for a little bit.
Are you asking?
Yeah, are you gonna stay here
Yes.
and entertain our friends? She's very entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell. Just don't tell her any jokes. She doesn't like them.
You have to be funny, Herbie.
I'm hilarious. See? He's laughing. I didn't even say anything. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know how to read the tarot.
I do. I mean, I guess that depends on where you're from. I can't imagine the way I read is very similar to perhaps the way you read.
Shaman is a shaman. I sensed this power in the shaman here in Gorma when I first met him. And the powers that lie in the tarot cards or the sticks that we throw is similar. It's not in the objects that you use, it's the power behind the person that is important. Would you like to read my fortune?
Sure. Do you want to know what card I pulled just now?
I do. I saw you pulled a card and you were not happy with it.
It was the devil. I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure if that means we should not be doing business with you. I'm not sure if that means we should be doing business with you. Do you fancy yourself a devil?
Do you think?
guess it depends if you side with the devil on your shoulder or the other. Feel like a devil can be a saint dressed in devil's clothing or a devil dressed in saint's clothing. I don't tend to work in black and white, lots of shades of grey.
You stepped from becoming devil. If I choose to go one way, it would be quite easy for me to follow that. That is part of the reason why I'm here. The road that I will travel tomorrow in the days to come.
Well, perhaps this is an omen for you then. Maybe it's a foretelling of what road you will take should you choose to stay. So really, that's up to you.
What, with your wisdom here, what does the devil truly mean?
Are you familiar with Creole? Well, this is where I come from. And the way that we read tarot is very particular. It is not...
You'll have to excuse me. I really should go and speak to Copperhead Guy.
All right. It was nice to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you. I'm not sure where we'll be speaking, but no doubt we'll make our way back here or the camp by the fort. Looking forward to hearing all about your tarot reading. Be gentle with him, Delilah.
No promises. The way we read tarot is very specific. You'll see in a moment. I don't want to alter the reading in any way. But as far as me pulling the devil card in that conversation, I very much had the urge to seek wisdom in that moment as to your specific involvement in things here, because you interest me. And the fact that I pulled the devil intrigued me, if I'm honest. I don't see it as a bad omen or a good omen necessarily, just an omen. And I can choose to listen to it or not. I believe there are signs everywhere, every day, every moment. And some people can just see them and interpret them properly.
My difficulty, I see them, but I do not interpret them correctly, I don't think.
I think a lot of it too is, at least how I grew up. I was taught what things meant, but then I moved here to Guarma, and I imagine each place, each country, each community probably has its own meaning. Guarma has a life and a spirit of its own, La Madre, which you'll find in speaking with the shaman. So I am learning her language. I'm learning how to listen to her signs. I'm going to go ahead and shuffle these cards for you, Ko. I would like you to think about, I guess, your path, the question, your purpose. Can you do that for me?
Yes, I can do this. All I've been thinking about the last few days.
Tell me when to stop. All right. Now, I'm going to flip this first card over, and you're going to describe what you see with your interpretation on it. So don't worry about the words on the card or what you think you know about tarot or what you think it's supposed to mean. I just want you to look at the card and describe what you see to me.
Yes, this little face sword.
Okay.
I can't imagine this person is of any real power.
And why do you say that?
The way this person is dressed.
Yeah. He's also
Looks-
looking away from the sword, like he doesn't know how to use it.
Yes, true. Why would someone like this be wielding a sword? Maybe, if I describe it in one word, I would say servant.
Ah. Okay. And what about the background? The sky? What does that mean to you? It's the first thing that comes to your mind.
The thing that comes to my mind is joke. Sky, big puffy white clouds, standing in a small hill. I can't see what's in the right side corner of the card. And this is all turned upside down, though. I don't know the significance of this, but when we turn a cup upside down, a teacup upside down in China, it means could mean backward, could mean it's over.
I see.
Doesn't hit me very much, though. It's mostly the figure inside, what he's doing.
Is there anything else that stands out to you about the figure inside?
Are the black marks above his head. Blood or sweat or bats or birds or just a flaw in the card, I can't tell.
Okay. That's very good. I'm going to go ahead and move on. I will explain after. Here comes the next one.
King of Swords. Also upside down. Holding this it up something.
That's right. He's holding what looks to be 2 cups.
Cup.
One in each
Yes,
hand.
I see that now. But cup could mean life. It is within the cup that we find sustenance for living and also for entertainment. Dressed in imperial yellow, color I was forbidden to wear most of my life.
Were you?
In China, it's illegal for anyone to wear this color.
So to you, what would it mean if you were to wear this color now?
In immediate execution. Oh, here now?
No, I mean now, for you personally. Do you see this as a sign of freedom?
Yes, it is. I would consider it so. And in fact, I do wear this color from time to time.
Hmm,
I did more when I first arrived than now.
I see.
But I did it at the beginning because to spite the emperor, of course.
Yes, I can understand that. Nobody likes being under the thumb of someone they don't even know. What about the river behind him? It looks like what to you?
Fast flowing.
Yes, okay.
The yellow color is either coming toward him or being washed away. Maybe.
And what about what he is standing on? What do you think that is? Is it a platform that's floating, or is it solid and stuck into the ocean, not going anywhere?
Me, it appears to be stuck there.
Hmm. I see. Yes.
Not out of the same one.
Perhaps.
Getting out of this river.
Yes. That's interesting. Anything else stand out to you personally about the card? There are no wrong answers, Red. Okay.
Love and happiness.
Hmm.
There's
And
also something red behind him. I can't tell what it is though.
that's okay. It's a ship sailing in the background, yes.
Significance of this.
That's okay. There are no wrong answers, and this isn't a test. This is me interpreting the signs for you, but I need you to do it. You're my medium in a way. All right. Last one.
Satsu, Ryo, Chiba, 8 swords. Stitch. Someone facing punishment of some kind. Bound, blindfolded. But again wearing red, the color of happiness.
Hmm.
Sacrifice, perhaps.
And surrounded by swords. What about behind them?
Is that a hill or a stairs or mountain? I can't tell what it is, but
It's a bit of a mountain, but there are houses on it. It's like a village. Which I should not have told you. It's supposed to be open to your understanding and interpretation, but
you said village. The village, I would assume the color is red.
yes.
This person also red which would, I guess, mean she's from this village
Mm,
and is a type of sacrifice.
interesting.
It's about all I see. The rest of the background is white, blank.
That's all right. All right, Ko. Your first card, the Page of Swords. The way you described it, this man is a fool to you. He's looking away from this sword. He's dressed flamboyantly and in a way that doesn't really make sense for what he's doing. It's not practical. It doesn't make sense to you. The background behind him, the clouds in the sky, it all seems like either a dream or a lie, fake in some way. And I posit to you that potentially this could mean that you feel this way, that you are potentially seeing yourself as, or blaming yourself for something that has happened, some sort of circumstance that you have found yourself in. I don't know too much about you, and you do not have to confirm or deny anything that I'm telling you. I'm just reading the cards for you. So sometimes this is an omen to not act too hastily. That perhaps recently you didn't think things through thoroughly, and that you had a lot of energy and will to do something, but you were looking in the wrong direction. You weren't utilizing the tools that you had at your disposal. You didn't know how to use your weapon, even though you were willing to wield it. And what you thought you were fighting for wasn't real. The sky behind you. Your second card, the King of Cups. I find it interesting that you noted the yellow, which signifies freedom. I would guess that this card signifies you and your struggle to maintain balance, to stay steady in that river while it's crashing around you, while the ships are sailing behind you and you have the turbulence. There's fish leaping out of the water to get your attention, but you remain focused and still. Both of your cups steady, full, perfectly balanced. Now, sometimes this omen, when it's upside down, is telling you to be careful about this balance. You have to work really hard not to repress too much of your emotion, or your cups will overflow. Your balance will be disturbed. But you also need to allow yourself room to breathe, to feel, to act. Now, if this card does not represent you, Ko, and it represents someone that is coming into your present, then I'd say it's even more of an omen. Because sometimes this means that this is somebody who's going to seem like they are going to provide you balance, but they might not. They are manipulative. They hide their emotions, they're vindictive, and they punish people through emotional manipulation. Blackmail. And leaves you doubting yourself. This is a tyrannical king sometimes. Your final card is the Eight of Swords. You described it as a sacrifice, which I think is incredibly interesting. Normally people see this card as exile. And so I think to you, exile was your sacrifice. I'm assuming you left your previous people willingly as some sort of sacrifice. Perhaps. The red is passion to you. To some people, it doesn't mean that at all. Some people, that's blood or violence or whatever the case may be. But what I find very interesting is while it is easy to interpret the first two cards as you presently, Ko, I actually think this card represents you. Even though she's restrained, she's walking steadily while blindfolded. You don't need to see to know where you're going. You have the skill, you have the talent, you have the ability to see these omens, these signs all around you without your eyes. Everything around you, all of these swords, you can navigate them. Anything that is standing in your way, it's in your control. You can walk right by them. You're not actually trapped. You are free, in the truest sense of the word. Empower yourself and don't limit yourself.
Like you looked directly into my soul.
Mm. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. There's one last thing about this card, though, that I just noticed that I've literally never seen before. There's a river at her feet that she is stepping over as to not get wet, yet she cannot see it. It's a very good intuition card. You're a very intuitive man.
You like your words in these cards make sense. And it's not telling me what I did was right or wrong. That is up to me.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a sacrifice. I think so. Last chance I had to seek true freedom. I've been kowtowing to someone else.
Yes.
Spring chicken.
There's power and wisdom in age, Ko.
Appreciate your tarot card reading.
Mm.
I wish to give you something. Next time we meet, perhaps I'll have a better gift. But in my country, a service like this must require a payment.
Ah, that is...
Let's take it.
All right, I accept. Thank you. Perhaps you will read for me the sticks one day.
Perhaps I would need to find the proper wood and carve them.
All right. Well,
But, if I spend more time here, I'm sure I could find something.
if you spend more time here, Ko, I think you should find something yellow and wear it with pride. And come to the bar whenever you like. I would genuinely be very pleased to see you and converse with you.
Like this too, very much. And if there is, as we are planning our future these next few days, we will remain here. And if there is anything that you require, or it's something you're interested in,
Mm,
please come find us.
I will. How is your recovery?
I feel like I'm getting pretty close to full recovery. Maybe tomorrow or the next day, my stitches can come out.
Good. I overheard you talking yesterday about a dream you had. Would you mind sharing that vision with me now?
Yes, I can. I have these visions from time to time. I don't know where they come from, who sends them to me, but they are more vivid than a dream. It's usually when I'm awake. You know, fall off my horse or whatever I'm on and lay in the sand and wake up and remember this vision. Well, this last one I had, it was dark. You see, there were 4 pale horses with riders on a hill, a sandy hill. Beneath them, there were many bodies. Some were moving, but not all dead. In the sky, tens of thousands of bats were flying east first. And then they switched and they began to fly west before they swooped down and began to devour these bodies. They ate everything, leaving only the bones. Then flew away. And that is the end of my vision now. After I had this vision,
It's interesting.
actually, you know what? Before I say anything more, does this vision speak to you? Can you?
I can interpret it in the way that I would, based on, where I was raised and what we learned. I find it interesting. I find it very interesting that it's bats. But if I'm not mistaken, bats are good luck in your culture. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, for you to, so I believe, as I said earlier, Ko, that there are signs everywhere, and it is just up to us to see them, pick up on them, and interpret them. So these visions that you are receiving are for you to interpret, or to learn how to interpret. So I would say that the bats would be something that would be good luck to you or a good omen. However, where I'm from, they are, they're not necessarily bad. When I say this, I think people often immediately assume the worst, but they are reapers. They are the creatures that ferry you from one place to the next. So I find it incredibly potent that these bats descended from both east and then west and then down to the bodies on the ground, some of whom were not fully even dead yet. Interesting.
I felt it was a message to me to the West. Because the West has been a rising threat against Taipan. Up before horsemen was myself and others looking
You
over
see?
the bodies of our enemies.
Interesting. What about these horsemen? What did they look like? Were they all in shadow?
Stood out the rest of the vision. They cream colored, but I could not see features. Just
Okay.
they were not dressed in black.
What were they wearing?
All to see, but more or less no hats, if I remember correctly.
That's
No
interesting.
hats.
That's important. What about colors? It's not necessarily what they're wearing, but if any colors stand out to you.
You just cream.
Right.
Light browns, creamy yellow.
And
Kind of like
those are the colors of neutrality, usually. But the fact that they aren't wearing hats or masks is very important. Means they are not necessarily bandits. Maybe they're trustworthy, maybe they're not, but they're not hiding themselves. They're not hiding what they've done or what they believe or what they're there to do.
Shaman here, he interpreted it very different to me.
And how did he interpret it?
Basically, he told me, "Go if you. This vision is telling you that if you invade the West, if you take the fight to the West, in the West, you will surely die."
It's true. Perhaps the bats are there to ferry you from one to the next.
Say that this interpretation, today I think, confirmed it too. I know my course of action, at least regarding the West, cannot be immediately with the gun. We are far outnumbered anyway. This will take some patience, having the thinking.
I'm probably not outnumbered if you move to Guarma. What's further west than New Austin? Guarma. Very.
What you do think about?
Thank you for sharing that with me and allowing me to interpret. It is a great honor.
Want to know my second vision that I had? It's more comical.
I would be honored to hear anything you would share with me, Ko.
It was a while ago, but I was in the desert and I was riding along, and I fell off my horse and I woke up. But I remembered this vision. It was, the oil refinery plant in the crossing. At first, it was far away from this, but it zoomed in. Like those the camera. It zoom in into it to get closer.
Sure.
And all of a sudden, from the pipes all the way to the tanks, everything began to burst aflame, explode. And when this happened, it zoomed back out again. And the birds that were flying in the air turned into newspapers and began to fly away.
Interesting.
Some of them were burned, and most of them were not.
Propaganda, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. In my mind, it was a call for me to manipulate the market for gun oil.
Yes. I was
Which,
just going to say, it's interesting that oil refinery is sort of in the middle of the entire crossing, and the way the machinery sounds, it sounds like a heartbeat. So I would interpret that to be either the heart of the crossing or the heart of your objective. So if it was the heart of your business, then that makes sense.
Not much part of business, but it did give me this idea, which is very complicated to try and do, but it is possible. Could be big profit from it too, but I don't know. We shall see. One thing at a time. Benevolent Ambassador Commander Herbie.
I'm gonna have to write it on my forehead so people can remember it.
Did you
How's
see,
everything going?
No, very good. Very good, indeed.
How are the others doing? Do you know?
They went to go speak to the Copperhead. Did you see them, which way they went?
No, I was up that way, so they're probably on the beach. Maybe they're over by where you guys are staying.
Delilah, it is, I think fate brought me here to meet you on these few days, and I'm grateful for it. let it happen this way and not in the other way I discussed earlier.
Me too. As do I, Co. Rest well.
And
All right, cool. We'll see you later.
we'll take your
Yeah, just think about it.
words to heart.
Either way, we'll see you around.
Yes. All right. I'll see you too soon.
That was cool. That was really cool. Frames are dropping a little bit. Not too bad though. I think they're over at the camp, or they at the village, or at the bar. I'll check the camp first. Just in case.
Everything okay?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I had a good conversation.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, they're speaking up there. Not at the very top, but the level near it. I was watching them. I don't know if they know I'm there.
We get this conversation.
I promised Copperhead I would not be a part of it. Just watch. As for you, I don't think it matters. I think you can just approach. Yeah, I can take you to them.
Not to my fortune.
Oh,
Very strange. It's almost like telling me something has happened in the last week.
really? That's interesting.
Rage of Swords jokester. I need to hear, yes.
Yes.
should know of Ko's mentality before he came into that meeting. That is the most important thing.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Cole, please. Glad you're okay.
The first kind words anyone from Taipan has said to me since.
I hope you know, and I hope Freddie knows, that no matter what the fuck happens, where I stand, where you stand, that my love for you as a friend and my respect to you will never change. I will always see you as a friend.
Difficult decision for me. What? To stop. Not by violence, but towards through friendship.
I would have done everything that I could, yes.
Freedom. So, someday some of these traditions will change. One day soon.
We also had... Go on, Ko.
It wasn't going to be that day though.
We also had so many cards stacked against us. So much odds tipping in not our favour. That honestly, Gobbehead, the last thing we needed was more doubts and concerns of people trying to convince us that there was another way when Ko knew that there wasn't. I really do wish I could have spoken to you before, but
Like I said, yes,
there was not a lot of time.
I would have done everything that I could to change your mind and stop you from doing it. However, I'm very, very well aware, and it goes for the both of you, fucking stubborn assholes, that when you've made up your mind, there's no changing it.
Going to someone else. My life. Yeah, what freedom means. Perhaps finally starting to sample a little bit of what it means. And if it's as promising as it looks, then the price I paid was well worth it. My heart stopped that night.
No, I didn't.
The doctors were able to bring me back. Since Chokwe had his wishes fulfilled, even though I know he did not wish to do this. But I did too, at the same time.
Yeah, when I heard what happened, I was, for a while, a couple of days, I was a fucking mess. A lot of fucking shit happened all so fucking fast.
for us too. The details of the meeting between Ko and Mr. Way I'll leave to Ko if he feels the need or the want to share with you. As I say, I was not there. But I can continue my side of the story.
Both were.
You know, from the start of our conversation that I told you the reasons why I couldn't let Ko die that night. So I was with Redwater to get Ko out of there to be seen by doctors. And that is all. I had back then, and still do now, hold no ill will or bad blood against Taipan or Mr. Way. In fact, quite the opposite. I do hope that they can strive to be the better organization that I think they can be. But I could not let Ko die. And so we formed a plan in haste, due to lack of time. Also part of the reason why I was unable to tell you. We thought the meeting was due to happen on the Tuesday in the tea room, and we created a plan to get Ko's body out of there so that he could be seen by doctors. Tried to rescue him, bring him back if needed, but it didn't happen then. It was arranged for the Thursday at the observatory, north of Annesburg. So we acted quickly and with haste, and brought in the only people that Ko trusted to gain the numbers and the manpower. We never intended for blood or gunfire. We intended to go in and ask for Ko and leave, and meet up with the other people that we had arranged, the medically trained personnel to tend to Ko's wounds. Mr. Way did not allow that. As much as both Redwater and I pleaded and begged and asked for him to let go of Ko's body whilst he held it over his shoulder, he did not. Morgan from Redwater tried for a long time to talk Mr. Way into allowing us to do what we were there to do. But by that point, Mr. Way had already injured Desmond and Rook. So Morgan's patience was wearing thin before he even entered in to the compound. But Morgan and I did try, but Mr. Way was reluctant. And eventually, words were getting nowhere, and so gunfire took over.
I see. I see.
Yes, of course I was not aware of what actually was happening. But I knew that Zhang Wei would not listen to my words. I pushed him to do what he did. At the end of the conversation, I told him, Zhang Wei, by the end of our talk, you will have to make a decision. Will you be a tradition breaker? Will you be trapped by it? Just be better. It's unlike us Chinese to easily break tradition.
You should know, though, that after all the bloodshed, after Benny, Morgan, Desmond, and Rook, and I, and Ko were shot down, bleeding out, and dying, It wasn't a failure, miraculously. People that we had put in place, the pre-planning that we had made, thankfully paid off. And the people that we trust found us before we bled out and took everyone for medical care, including Co. Wasn't by chance that some doctors came by in the woods and stumbled upon a pile of 5 bodies. But the people that we had planned in secret with. That is why I look at it as a success. A dirty success, but a success. Mr. Wade didn't get the doctors there. We did.
I know. Like I said, I spoke to Kyle.
So, do you know, is Taipan seeking to finish the job one more time?
Yeah. Please repeat the question. Oh,
Repeat the question, you said. Oh, you know if Taipan is wanting to finish the job one more time?
I have no idea. Absolutely none. Simply because it's been me for the past few days. Might have been, but I've not seen. But in my opinion, I would assume that for you guys, it's not over yet.
As long as they do not harm us in any way, I'm not prepared to do anything against them. But if they do choose to harm us in any way, I told Andrew and a few others, and I will personally introduce them to the 10 Kings of Hell.
I don't doubt that.
I did lie. It's over. The honorable thing is for both sides to walk away. There is precedent for this. Some have survived such ceremony before. You. Some.
My thoughts are similar. I don't see any fucking reason for more blood to be shed. I don't. If the two of you have any idea of how many people have come and asked what has happened. It is generally 4 to 10 every single fucking day. Constantly. Everyone is talking about it.
People ask me, I just say I cannot go into the details, but just know that I am no longer Taipan. Just go.
For myself, I basically tell them that it was a disagreement. And that it was best that they departed ways, and they did. That's that.
See?
Oh, I do. Frank Gilbani. when he heard the news, he was one very very fucking surprised, and two, I think he at some point wants to talk to you.
I've arranged like a whole week of just meeting after meeting on my return.
No, we promised ourselves that we would not live that life.
I know.
Just to clear things up, perhaps. It's going to happen regardless.
Or we could just send Yuri out to answer all our questions.
I was
They,
about to say, you have a
wouldn't
secretary
dare.
right there.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't fucking dare.
Freddie, you're a very genius. You're hired, Yuri.
Thank you.
I
Oh my
fucking
God, look
left
at the water.
Taipan to not be a fucking secretary.
Look at this water. It's so gorgeous.
I know, it's
Stop
gorgeous.
changing the subject, Cole. I'm not going to be your secretary. I like bookkeeping,
No, you're
but
gonna
not that much.
you're gonna be my secretary of my personal
I
life.
don't like talking to people. That makes me a terrible secretary.
All right, you can be an admin assistant.
The fuck does that even mean?
Just send telegrams with answers to people.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm better with telegrams anyways. Fucking customer service, whatever.
No, you must be maybe mixed, angry, sad, and then on top of that, a little bit more angry, perhaps.
It's why I didn't come earlier. Because I was worried that if, during the conversation, I lost my patience, that I would snap. And I didn't want that to happen. I wanted to be in a state of mind where I was open to listening.
Let's just address the elephant in the room slightly. Sorry, Copperhead, that I wasn't able to reach out to you personally. I should have done, as your friend. But circumstances, lack of time, and worry and danger, with everything piled on top of me, I took the easy way out.
I see. I can
Not
see
saying
why you
that
did
was
what you
the...
did. I see. I do. Not saying that I agree.
Not saying it was the right choice, but it was the easier one. But I am sorry.
Yeah,
Like I was
same.
saying, I see why you did what you did. Both of you. Do I agree? No. I don't. And I wholeheartedly wish that there was that things would have gone differently. But after hearing from Kai and yourselves why it is that you did what you did, I understand. I do. Which leaves me in a pretty shitty position. 'Cause I consider both of you my friends.
Thanks.
You're pretty cool too, Yuri.
You know all the reasons, I assume, that led up to this over the course of a year and a half.
Told him some. Not everything.
Enough.
Just say that it began in the desert during the First War. 3 times when I have defied his orders. This was the 3rd time and the worst time. That meeting we had that week. This meeting, I do it was I had to do.
I told him about Charlotte's words, Co.
I should have stuck a hatchet into her skull that night.
Yeah, during our conversation, I told Freddie this just now as well. As we were talking, he asked me a question, which was, do you think all this would have happened if Poe was supported by, actually, properly supported by the people around him, instead of punished, as well as, I don't think belittled is the right word, but
Disrespect
right.
and disparaging my honor and my name.
Right, yes. So he asked me, why don't you take a step back, look back at, time that has passed. So I did. We parted ways, went hunting, and I did. And the more I looked back and remembered, I started noticing how none of the others really bothered spending or getting to know Freddie well. How, for the most part, no matter what you did, no matter what decisions you made, it didn't look like they supported it. I see that now. And that is not something that can be changed.
That is why I planned the army for the way I did. Because I knew deep down that not one of them would agree, and they did not want to take part in this army. Never would I have ever expected Charlotte to say what she said. But at the same time, I know they want to focus on the business, and that's fine. That is totally okay. And this very hesitant agreement, we will do what Daga say. Well, if I'm leading the army, Daga will not be calling the shots with that army. Do what we have to do. It could have worked.
Something you should also realize is outside of the hall, you had a lot of people that supported you, including me, including Freddie, Kyle, and others.
You know, the home that are present now, people that I brought in personally. Did one of them speak up at any time? Not once. Even before Zhang Wei decided to shoot me. Not one person interceded. Diplomacy.
Nobody.
Anything.
Nobody stepped forward to defend your honor.
But he also stepped forward to speak their truth either during the meeting. They went along with it like Mutsai. Mutsai is something similar to like the eunuch.
A sheep.
Yes.
A yes,
sheep.
sir. Oh no. It has me worried.
I want to give you a little bit of context of the people that you're surrounded by now, Cobain. Found out some...
Believe me, I'm well aware. There's been a lot of funny
Maybe.
things that I've realized.
Maybe.
But go on.
I found out some very interesting information about our friend McMuffin. It's funny because both of these two bits of information I was either not around to hear or bleeding out and dying, so unable to hear. And he has made some questionable comments about me, only when my back is turned, but smiling to my face whenever I was working hard to try and help him with his businesses. But around that table, with Ko standing there, Ko tells me that during a time that they were speaking about me, about the fact that Ko wanted me to be riding alongside him, McMuffin piped up and mentioned, "Are you talking about Freddy? Same guy that's just been through an opium addiction," before chuckling and smiling around the table. It's the same man that when I was bleeding out and dying after trying my hardest to rescue Ko, it's the same man that looked at me when I was on the ground and told me that I was a... What was it, Yuri?
Fucking disgrace.
Interesting how he made those comments when I wasn't able to respond.
He tried to do the same thing to me. Interesting, really. Proper example is a little while back, I had a fist fight with Elio back at the gun store. I lost. And he kept commenting about how Elio was bending me over backwards and folding me over, and how basically making a lot of snarky comments. And I don't know if you've realized this, right before what happened. I don't know if you've noticed, but every time now I get up and I stand up to him and I get a little angry, he backs off immediately. Have you noticed?
Probably, I'd have to say not, but...
That's fine.
Thing is, I don't want to associate myself and surround myself with people I have to push hard against. They're not the people I want in my life, and they're certainly not the people I would want to ride with and fight with.
I understand.
He thought he had taken off the way that Junkway was going to say. Well, basically, we'd be dead before we even got halfway there.
Possibly.
The West that you heard of.
But I know, same old, same old. But I don't know. Future's quite fucking uncertain. Very uncertain.
I've got a question for you, Corbin.
I'll possibly leave an answer.
It's a question that I asked Yuri and Kai. Question that I told Ko about in the early stages of trying to put some kind of plan together to help Ko. And I want to ask you the same question.
Go on.
Could you, or would you, see yourself in Taipan's inner circle, otherwise known as the Hong. Now that Ko is not a part of it. Question I asked Yuri and others was similar, but obviously phrased that would you want to be a part of it if Ko wasn't? It was all pretty clear that we all answered the same thing.
I do. However, I do agree that the organization, when I was first introduced, when I first met Ko and the others, is vastly different from what it is today.
Yep.
And whereas possibly the others are and will and have almost entirely blindly followed Mr. White. I don't blindly follow people. So that will be interesting.
That's what I'm afraid of. I'll ask the question, this we know. And after ceremony. We've talked about this before. I believe there will come a day when your sense of morality will be tested to its limit. And will you break or will you continue to be trapped?
That even I cannot answer. I do not know. That is something that only time will tell.
Once you enter through the gates, it's done.
I'm well aware.
Why would you blindly lead yourself in to something that you feel yourself like you will struggle to accept every order and command? Why do that to yourself?
It's not like he had much of a choice when he was asked.
He has a choice now.
I already gave an answer.
Makes no difference. You're in the same situation that Yuri was less than a few days ago.
When Mr. Way asked, like I told you, Freddie, he was being very strategical about it. Using what had just happened, the news of what the two of you did. Using that as well as the absolutely fucking insane amount of information that I learned in the past few days. As well as knowing full well that I've been, like I told you, Go, that I've had this feeling of impending doom, that something was going to happen.
Tell Ko the time frames between Mr. Way shooting Ko and you being asked a question. Think you'll find it entertaining.
Less than an hour, they returned and explained, and then I was asked. Like I said, it was strategic.
Love of man.
You know, in that letter I sent you, Gobed, I referenced to be careful with the choices that you make. Don't bury yourself in a hole before it's even filled up with dirt. Don't sell yourself off before the deal is done. There are always options, and you owe it to yourself to really stop and think and work out what it is you want, where it is you see yourself fitting, what life you want to lead. Because the last thing I want is to see you turn into another person that I call Mr. Way's yes man.
That is something that will never happen. I've never blindly followed anybody. I have never allowed anything like that to happen, and that will never change. And
Be prepared for a road like mine then.
then so be it.
Or worse, be
Then so
prepared
be it.
to be killed.
Copperhead, now is the time to stop this before you actually enter the gates. If you do enter the gates, then it's death. I don't want you to go through something that Cole did. I'd rather you go through something that I did.
I know. I don't think I'm not listening. Don't think that I'm not hearing all of you. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
And
Like
sometime
always.
here on the island, take the trials with us.
Absolutely not.
You're not. It's
I
not
have every
the-
intention of returning back as soon as I can. Oh, there is nobody at the gun store except for me. A lot of things I need to take care of.
I would suggest, though, before you go through a ceremony, take some time. Come here, speak to the shaman. Walk a path of enlightenment. Get clarity. One way or the other, I'm not going to persuade you. You will do what you feel you must do. What I can do is tell you the difficulties that may or may not lie ahead.
You know, Copperhead, if you enter through the Hong gates, our friendship will never be the same again.
I'm well aware. Very well aware. There is very, very, very little things that I haven't considered or thought about. Believe me. Sleepless nights. Constants.
What do you say?
Constantly deep inside my fucking thoughts. Going through hundreds, if not thousands, of possible scenarios of what the future fucking looks like. Ultimately, I have not a single idea. Never,
And
ever,
open your mind.
never has anything for me been this uncertain.
In uncertain times, sometimes it's important to just reflect inward and work out what it is that you want with your life. Don't worry about what others need you for or see value in you for. What is it that you want with your life? Because at the moment it's yours. But if you continue down the path you're on, it won't be anymore.
said before, I know what you're saying. You're telling me things I already know, already considered, thought about. And I will deal with it. Sort shit out. Figure shit out. I always do. You know this. No matter what I decide to do. Did you already talk about tell you about the talk her and I had?
Maybe.
Yeah, I told you about this.
I had that conversation with her because it didn't take a genius to see how she was feeling.
Conversation, yes.
Exactly. Didn't take a genius to see that. And I didn't want her to get hurt. You know, I saw how she looked at you. How much she cared for you. And whilst she was with us and present, I noticed, and she simply put, her head was there, but her heart wasn't. You gotta have both sides of the coin. And I'm glad she made the decision as quick as she did. But that being said, where I'm standing, it's not that simple.
You know, Copperhead.
I walk away, if we consider that for just a second, there's a lot of things, pretty much my entire life, that I'm uprooting, changing, a lot of things that I'm losing.
That's exactly how I feel right now. But there's also a lot of good change.
That is something that I've thought about as well.
Just do me a favor, Copperhead. Promise me something.
Depends.
Promise me you will have one more conversation with Yuri before going through with any ceremony with Mr. Way. I want her to explain to you everything she felt. Because she didn't do what she did because of me and me alone. There was lots of thoughts she had about the Hong and Taipan. You should talk to her. Let her explain what she thinks, why she did what she did. May help you to realize how similar your situations are.
Okay. That I can promise. Okay, personal space, my guy.
What do you mean? You're basically twins right now.
I think we can all agree I wear that satchel better than he does. Come on.
So you look much better without that silly hat.
I meant more the outfit.
Oh,
Ay! Whoa.
that is interesting.
I never expected anything less.
Holy shit.
Those fucking birds
Oh.
are driving me crazy.
God, there's dynamite over there.
Here we do it. They gone.
I think so.
I can't see any.
You know, there was a cannon up here at one time that you could actually fire.
I shot it, actually.
You shot it, really?
Once, yes.
Ah. Had a
It
very
was-
interesting meeting with Delilah today.
I heard you brought the bounty on myself up in conversation.
She was the one who issued it. But
I shot her head off.
we're not sure if someone kicked to her with it or she did it on her own. Yes, I don't know yet. I'll find out.
Understand that you don't need to.
So,
If you want to do it, would be very, very grateful.
as you're planning to go ahead with Taipan, it doesn't make us enemies.
One thing I want you to understand, next time I see Wei, no matter how he feels about it, I'm going to make it very, very, very clear to him that under no circumstance will I be raising a gun towards either of you. That is off the fucking table.
It's not going to be that simple, Copperhead.
Even if he forces me, I'll take whatever he wants to punish me with. That will not happen.
A rebellion began. But kind of opposite.
I just don't understand why you would even put yourself in the position where you could be killed for not doing things you know that you're not going to agree with. What benefit do you gain? It's really about the fucking gun store. The money in your pocket. I understand.
There is no need to.
Hey, we can always take over the gun store in Valentine.
We could always take over the gun store in Saint Denis.
No. It's not funny. You're terrible at jokes.
It actually wasn't my idea, it was Co's.
That would be interesting.
Good luck to
yeah.
you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Careful. I lost at the fucking wood shop event today.
Oh, that was today.
Speaking of,
Fighting event in Black.
It's the lower league of the
oh.
fighting.
okay. Yeah.
Are you fighting in the second league these days, Gobert? Because you can't compete on the top league championship.
Honestly, I cannot even fucking compete there. I don't know what's going on with me.
Oh dear. Maybe you're missing out on some of your key supporters.
Not focused. Fighting, you must be focused.
It's been a rough while. But, you know, I was right, you know. That feeling, that paranoia, that...
Yeah.
The sky is falling feeling. Yes.
I have no idea how much I wanted to tell you.
Like I said, I do not blame you for not doing so. I'm just very, very happy I weren't at that meeting.
You might have been the only one who spoke up, maybe. And then you two probably would have been shot. But I don't know. I think Yuri has been right on many different things of late. But I say, I don't know anymore.
Kai called it woman's
Speak to
intuition.
Yuri. Speak to Yuri before you make any decisions that you cannot get out of.
Yeah. I'll extend the last invitation to you to stay a few days, get your thoughts in order. Stay away from all the craziness in Saint Denis a few days.
Well, I do have to admit,
focus.
when I bought a ticket to go here, I kind of forgot to bring money with me to go back, so I'm not leaving.
Oh no, what a shame.
Hey.
Oh no.
Okay, just to make sure we rob him in the morning, in the lunchtime, and the night.
Yeah,
He's
make sure he
stuck here.
doesn't make any money.
Yep. Yeah, hands in the air, buddy. Anyway, I think you would benefit from it, truly.
Oh,
Maybe.
Castamere Gold, thank you for the oh, Castamere Gold. Oh,
Maybe.
rated. Thank you very much. Welcome in, Raiders. We're kind of winding down a little bit here too, but
You know what you
Copperhead
said
from
earlier,
Taipan
Copperhead,
came
about
over.
if whatever happens, and none of us can predict the future, but he'll not fire
so
a single
much.
bullet against any of us, even when Mr. Way commands.
A little bit later than I usually do it.
That is true.
Yeah, it's been an interesting night. Streamed 2 characters.
Really do wish that things might be that simple and easy, but they won't be. And if there's ever an occasion where we're on a battlefield, neither side will be hesitating. I can assure you that we won't be either.
If at any point in time he requests or demands that me personally, go out and harm any of you,
You won't like this.
he'll find that I will not. I don't care. I do not care. I do no longer want to be involved in this. I want to stay out of it.
What are you gonna do when he asks you to ride as part of a six, an army, to go and secure a location? And then you turn up in a group of 6 and we're there, mind our own business. What are you gonna do when arguments turn into gunfire?
I mean, I forgot to bring bullets before in the...
Copperhead,
Ko won't.
It doesn't work like
Ko
that.
won't forget to bring bullets. Mr. Way won't forget to bring bullets either.
Almost like looking into a mirror here.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Therefore, I'm much more handsome.
Really?
Can you not be serious for more than 2 minutes, Ko?
Yeah, yes, but you know, karma error and everything. But
Yeah,
you know
true.
what? I think
How many
we could-
rums have you had today?
0, just Chinese medicine.
That's what
Oh,
it is.
yeah.
No, it's not. It's much different. I promise. The label says it right there. Chinese medicine, not rum. Just
Yeah,
Chinese.
you wrote that
medicine.
on. You wrote that on with a piece of chalk you found.
He wrote medicine wrong.
Who wrote medicine wrong? Freddy.
It wasn't me.
But you know what? We could talk till we're blue in the face, but this decision only can come from you. And you do what you feel is right. Either way, you are not. When you leave this island, you leave us. You are not enemy. You are a friend.
Always. Even if you don't count me.
Fuck off.
Better count, Yuri.
Of course I do.
No, I do have to go get my ugly sleep.
Me too. But before we all go, just remember, Copperhead, that we're not gonna be sunning it up on a holiday destination in Guarma forever. We have plans. Exciting ones. You do have choices.
I know. And for now, I hope that whatever it is you're gonna do, that it goes well. That all of you are safe.
Let's just hope Wei pushes back your ceremony 9 months like he did mine.
I mean, there ain't gonna be anything like that if nobody shows up.
I mean, typically they don't do the ceremony for just one person. That's why you and I were going to be put together.
We'll see. I do not believe that it will be anytime soon.
I hope not.
Guess who is here as well? Phoenix.
Of course.
It's very awkward meeting him. It usually is. This time, though, it
When,
is a little more awkward than before.
When I informed him of what happened, his
I bet you blew his fucking tiny mind.
he immediately wanted to go out and look for you guys, which I
Yeah.
advised against. You're welcome, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Told him if he was to leave that night, because that was the night that Yuri was planning to go back. Next we meet, I would fill him full of bullets.
I'm
But,
assuming he still works at the gun store.
I barely see him nowadays.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what he's doing. Well, I do. He wants to be a doctor.
Yep. It might be good for him. He's still very confused, man, no. Told him it would be good for him to visit the shaman here.
Bruh, from where I'm standing, the kid has problems. Issues. Like, I don't know. He needs to fucking see somebody who can help him with that. I tried. Freddie tried. He'll catch me dead trying again. Fuck that.
Yeah, no thanks.
After the shit he pulled last time. Now that I know why he did it. Let's shoot that bird. Let's see if I can hit it.
Oh.
Got it.
Good job.
Dangerous, man.
So, not going back today. Maybe tomorrow we'll see each other again.
Well, not today, at least not this instant. I physically am not able to.
So just turn over the tax to me, because we are now considered a Guatemala resident.
Oh?
What tax?
Citizens. Yeah,
Wait, what?
yeah.
Also, you have to pay to be
So-
standing on our homestead right now, so...
So
Oh,
it's going
shut
to be
your fucking mouth.
Actually, this
$150
castle.
an hour.
No, this castle's owned by somebody else.
Yeah,
now.
Edgar Lopez. This is his
Yeah.
castle.
apparently.
Oops. We're not so. Oh!
Oh,
Cheap shot.
great. Yep, good. This
Cheap shot.
Why
You know,
did you
I-
bring
I actually really
handcuffs?
need a pair of handcuffs.
Get off, mate. Get off.
No,
Get
don't
out
buy
my
it off
fucking
of him because then
pockets.
he'll have enough money to get.
He's trying to put his
Away.
hands in my pockets. Can you help, me, please? What are you two fucking doing there? Can you help?
No,
Someone
I like
shoot this
watching
man.
you.
Oh,
I
did,
like
did I get?
watching
Ah,
you.
yes. I got it. Yes,
Yeah.
I got the
How
handcuffs.
is he still being carried?
But he's still being carried.
Someone shoot
What
this man.
what am I watching right now?
He won't get off me.
Cold.
Look at the strength of Copperhead. He's just carrying you with one hand like this.
Wow.
Oh!
Whoa.
You broke my handcuffs, you asshole. That was my only fucking fair. Go ahead.
Did I actually break him?
Yes. Did he? Did you break my handcuffs?
Oh, this way. I
Cold.
always get mixed up. Yeah, yep, they're mine
Did you
now.
take my handcuffs?
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, these have the nice furry ones.
No, seriously, where
Oh.
the fuck are my handcuffs? Honestly.
Yes,
Yeah.
Cole took them, seriously.
Yeah, I took them. I need a pair. Mine are gone. Thank you.
At least pay him for it.
Yeah, you want it back or do you want the cash money?
I would appreciate it, yes, because it's my only pair.
Yeah. Right, well, if you get another pair, sell me one, yeah. There you go.
There we go.
I think Wei has like 15 pairs or something.
I know he does.
Yeah.
If I get my hands on a pair, I'll find a way to get into it. I'm surprised none of you have any.
I have one, but it's on my horse.
I had one, but I forget what happened to it.
I had one too, and then I was shot and taken to the sheriff's office.
I'm going this way to sleep,
Okay.
so I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Perhaps very late for me, but I will be around.
Tomorrow I'll be on early. Saturday I'll be on all day, all night.
Oh yeah,
So-
okay.
Lots of things to do. All right, Captain. I'll see you tomorrow.
Maybe. I can't promise.
Think
A lot of
about
things
it.
I need to take care of.
Yeah, I'm gonna think about it though. It would do you good
will.
for some peace and quiet and focus.
Oh well.
Good night.
Just
Can I go?
I need food.
Can I get down this way? No, I can't get down this way. Oh shit. Yeah.
That was a little bit of a hot flash. All right, it's way past my bedtime. Let's see if there's anybody we can raid real quick. Thank you again for the raid. Much appreciated. Thank you again for the follows tonight. It's been a slowly moving week, but it's been very interesting, and the drama is building up. That's for dang sure. Let's see. C3S is on. Let's raid. Buddy LaFleur. Never heard of him. Thank you, Bonnie. Go give Frank Bunny, Mr. Frank Bunny some love. And we'll see you guys soon.